I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. It's pretty sad that we have people in our show who believe that simply challenging the system by creating an independent party will get you charged with the spy operations. I mean, you're an imbecile. Everyone in this country must realize that we have the ability to create a third party. We're not spying at all. Okay. I hope it was irony. But this is the only document we have here. This is the only document we have here that will actually protect us. It's a little pamphlet called the U.S. Constitution. I keep it in plastic to protect it. I keep my sticky notes on it. Now, in lieu of what's happening with Trump and the impeachment, which is going forward, it does seem more and more obvious that Trump has a good point too. But when we take a closer look at and scrutinize what happened with Biden in the early days of the Ukraine story, which broke about 3 years ago, Biden was actually involved in a deep investigation himself at the time into corruption in Ukraine. That was his task for Obama, and that's what he's using in defense of why he said he would hold back $1 billion in the event they didn't fire this prosecutor who was known to be corrupt. That story sits, believe it or not. It has some backing, and there's some valid truth to that. But it could be that Biden was trying to help his son Hunter because he was making $3 million in a 2-year period, and his dad got him the job, and his dad didn't want him prosecuted. Trump has a valid argument that that's why Biden gave that money, or rather held that money in abeyance to Ukraine. The problem with Trump's story is that he did the same damn thing, and more people are confirming that Trump held money in abeyance over funding based on a need to get dirt on Biden. And that's an even more egregious claim because Trump is misusing his authority and putting Giuliani as the point man to try to do things when he's his private attorney. All that looks really bad. So now Trump is claiming that he pressed the Australian leader to help Barr investigate Mueller's inquiries or origins in an early stage. Now, it looks like Trump is trying to create an argument that William Barr has been there all along and ordered this from the very beginning. He didn't. Giuliani led point on this. In fact, one Ukrainian official said that Giuliani was trying to cut him, get into the deal on making money off of the gas lines, like Hunter was. Giuliani was interested at one point, but he didn't do anything. We heard testimony from a Ukrainian leader to that effect. McConnell said he's got no choice but to take an impeachment hearing article to if the House approves it. He's absolutely right. But I question McConnell because Mitch McConnell is receiving money from the Russians for re-election, and so is Lindsey Graham. So how decent and honest can those two people be? And the Republicans have to ask the question now, do they have a bunch of Russian collaborators working in the Republican Party? Because it does seem that way with McConnell and Lindsey Graham getting money. That's the bionic woman, by the way, Lindsey Wagner. China is set to unveil Dongfeng 41 nuke that can strike the U.S. in 30 minutes at their 70th anniversary parade, constantly waving the flame of anger and hostility China is. And Trump has created a trade war with China, so we really have to start talking about issues of human rights abuses, something that obviously hasn't been discussed by Trump. So we should really put that on the table as well. And they're willing to throw nukes out there. We need to talk about why people's organs are being harvested like lemons. China's accused of harvesting thousands of organs to serve a thriving global market. Yeah, I know. I don't even want to get into the details here. It's so horrible. I can't even go there. So Trump should add human rights abuses to the trade war discussion, in my opinion. Why not at this point? Trump just declared a travel tweet, or he put a tweet out there this weekend, said Civil War II is trending on Twitter after President Trump suggested what might occur if he's removed from office. So he's using his office to threaten the entire country's stability. This is a man that doesn't deserve the presidency, that he'd throw our own country under the bus to create a civil war over an impeachment process that should have gone on 3 years ago with all the dealings he's got with Russians. Now, we know from Mueller that he did know about the Russian rigging the election before the election. And that is an automatic cheating in the election claim that Trump cannot escape from. So we know that that's a fact. So that one of the criteria for impeachment is cheating in the election. We know that that's going forward. But this guy right here said that Trump wanted compromising information on Joe Biden. A former Ukraine lawmaker says in a CBS interview. So whistleblowers are coming out. It's pretty obvious Trump is trying to use his position to gain leverage over Biden.
Communications between Rudy Giuliani, President Trump, and Ukraine's president. She's in Kiev, that's the Ukrainian capital. Roxana, we heard that you have new information on the content of those talks. What can you tell us?
Good morning. Ukraine's president said this morning he will not be releasing a transcript of his July 25th phone call with President Trump. A former advisor to Ukraine's president told us it was a, quote, well-known fact here that President Trump was looking for compromising information on Joe Biden and that Ukraine's president believed U.S. aid to his country was at stake.
I'm sure that issue of Biden was forever on the table between Zelensky and Trump.
As a former lawmaker and advisor to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, Serhiy Leshchenko believes it was clear that President Trump wanted Ukraine to investigate his Democratic rivals.
Of course, he wanted political privileges, favors for his re-election from Ukraine.
In return for military aid?
I would say yes.
Do you have any evidence of that?
It was like well-known fact in Ukraine.
In 2016, Leshchenko was at the center of exposing Paul Manafort's dealings in Ukraine. He says he recused himself from working for Zelensky in May this year after it became clear that could threaten relations with the Trump administration. Ukraine relies heavily on U.S. aid in its war against Russia. In July, Trump ordered nearly $400 million of that support withheld. Days later, in a phone call, he asked Ukraine's president to investigate the Bidens. According to the whistleblower's complaint, Mr. Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, made or attempted contact with at least 7 Ukrainian officials, including then Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko. Lutsenko told the BBC Giuliani asked him to investigate the Bidens.
Have you got any evidence that Joe Biden acted in any way which supported Hunter Biden's company, Burisma?
It is not my jurisdiction.
Under Ukrainian law, you've got nothing.
Nothing, certainly.
But Lutsenko says the 2 men were circumventing official channels. He told us Giuliani also tried to set up a meeting with President-elect Zelensky, but Zelensky said no because he realized everything about this story was toxic. Tony?
Roxana.
Roxanne, thank you very much, Roxanne. Roxanne. Whew, wow. Okay, so we're bringing all kinds of news into the focus tonight. The overriding belief in my mind is that Biden really did have his fingers in the cookie jar of controlling the Ukrainian government and who they had as prosecutor in his son's case. It looks to me like Biden did do something, and I agree with Trump on that issue. The question is, why did Trump go ahead and do the exact same thing right back trying to influence Ukraine? That's the real question. And 2 wrongs don't make a right here. So I'm convinced that the Democrats and Republicans are trying to profit. I mean, look at how Hunter Biden profited from his dad's position. It's unbelievable. He was kicked out of the Navy with grams of cocaine, and then 2 months later, he was working for a Ukrainian gas firm, making $50,000 a month. I mean, talk about nepotism. That's just unbelievable. Now, Hannity's got a story about the crisis in Los Angeles. Let's take a look. We need help. LA officials asked Governor Newsom to declare a state of emergency to fight the homeless crisis. So I've always contended we need mobile service units and bathrooms down there and showers for people, at the very least. If they're going to be aggregating around the Skid Row area, we should have public facilities. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Eric Garcetti needs to just do that. Yet Trump is being, very clear that he wants to put an investigation in this. I think that that's a big mistake for FEMA to be involved. But providing solutions like mobile service units would be an excellent alternative to sending in troops. It's ridiculous. So if Newsom does do this, he's playing into the hand of the New World Order and turning LA into a FEMA camp. We'll see what happens after that takes place. Yeah, I certainly can milk that story a little bit later. There was a story that popped in last Saturday. I didn't really talk about it. A Princeton grad who killed his dad after his $1,000 a week allowance was cut gets 30 years to life. This Princeton grad, Thomas Gilbert Jr., was sentenced Friday to 30 years to life after killing his wealthy father, in 2015. Yeah, it's pretty serious. His father wanted to cut his allowance from $1,000 a week down to $300 a week, and it was just too much for the Princeton grad to take. He couldn't really fit into a job, so he just decided to kill his dad. So 30 years is a perfectly good sentence for this guy. You look at the two of them, I mean, in better times, and it's just pathetic that a guy would kill his dad over his allowance. Amazing. But yeah, I don't know if he was a Democrat or not. But at least he's not a retardican, which is important, because many people who still support Trump after all of the obvious Russian involvement are either traitors to this country or, my new term, retardican. I'm putting this out there because I can't help but wonder why you people are still voting for a party that supports big business and doesn't give you a penny. Yeah. Watch Steve Jobs assure Americans in '81 that computers wouldn't be a privacy nightmare. I want to see that.
Today's computer problem at Cape Canaveral was distressing, perhaps, but for most Americans, not totally surprising. As a society, we've become used to computer problems of one kind or another, just as we've become used to computers. We're so used to them, in fact, that few of us stop to think of the extent to which they now play a role in our everyday lives, a role that shows every sign of growing even bigger. We have two reports, the first from Bettina Gregory.
You can't do the simplest things today without using a computer.
The dangers that computers pose to society.
Really an example of sort of the role that computers are now playing in our lives, in the sense that that computer that malfunctioned was really as critical to the success of the shuttle as the thrust of the boosters that were going to lift it up in the air. And in essence, both the boosters and the computer were really performing the same type of function. Both were amplifying an inherent ability that humans have. In other words, no more could even a small collection of people run the shuttle than they could jump up in the air several thousand feet in the atmosphere.
All right, there is a sense...
There is a sense that our privacy will be taken away. And now, Steve, what if I told you that in 20 years you would be dead from cancer? That you wouldn't be able to prevent yourself from dying? Would you believe that was possible? Yeah, who cares at this point? The cat's out of the bag. Your privacy, it left when Alexa took over your house. Alexa, play my favorite song. Robert Plant, 29 Palms. Uh-huh. Robert Plant, 29 Palms. Thanks, Alexa. Yeah, I mean, so many people are like mindless now, thinking Alexa's just there to do things for you. Alexa's there to listen to every conversation you have. Yeah. Yeah, they're here to listen because the databases are loading up with your conversations. I know that sounds ridiculous. Why would the NSA care about your family's conversations? They got the space on their hard drive. Why not? Adam Schiff linked to prominent Ukrainian arms dealer. I want to know about that. Thank you. We know that Adam Schiff gets money from George Soros, so I don't trust Adam Schiff, believe me. Just like I don't trust Devin Nunes completely either. Yeah, there's a lot of things about both parties I don't trust. The Democrats or the Retardicans. Either party, it's the same thing. They're in it for their own personal gain. You know that. Yeah, Alexa, spend my whole salary on 30 fidget spinners for my autistic children, if I had them. I can't possibly watch Hannity. He's like watching cement like solidify. There's nothing there. I'd rather watch somebody sit there on the toilet constipated for 5 hours. That's pretty much what his show is anyway. Alexa, make me a life I like. And if you ask Cortana anything, she constantly says this. Hello? Oh, she activated Cortana. She's already listening. Cortana, find out who's watching my show. I'd like to know. Yeah, apparently somebody activated her already. She's listening. Cortana is. I purposely set the settings for Cortana not to listen, but no, she's still listening. Yeah, thank you, Burp. You can quote me on anything. I didn't say it because I didn't want you to quote me. More and more Democrats are realizing that their party is so corrupt that they're turning to the Republican Party. Huh? What world are you living in? More and more Democrats and Republicans are turning to a third party because they're convinced that two parties suck and they're corrupt. Yeah, I don't know what world. You have no stats to back that up. You're out of here. So we'll add the Steve Jobs video to tonight's loop. I want to hear what Steve Jobs had to say in '81 about privacy. But forget privacy. You don't have it. Even your TV, your smart TV, could be watching you through one of its pixels, and you wouldn't even know. Whenever you fart, Google shows Febreze ads. I would not doubt that, Mad Dog. I would not doubt that Cortana's listening to your flatulence and automatically sending information to the home computer at the NSA. I'm not using conditioner. Yeah, I decided the conditioner was making my hair a little too wet. I really avoid too much conditioner. Yeah, but thanks for asking. No questions asked. All questions answered here on show. Well, if I were this young lady, I would be concerned. Last week, she announced that she had somehow been accosted by 3 white boys. Thank you, Easy. 3 white boys, and they had been cutting her hair off at various lengths. And they even filed a police report, the mother did. And we heard her on the screen, and now she's claiming it's all a lie. Girl lied that white classmates pinned her down and cut her dreadlocks. Yeah, this is a sad case. I don't know if she's been threatened and had to say that she lied. Like somebody in her neighborhood said, yeah, we're not going to let you or your family. You don't know. It now looks to me like there's something very, very fishy about the story. But the media went wild over the weekend with reports from Springfield, Virginia about the bullying of a 12-year-old girl, Amari Allen. But now she says it didn't happen. She was on screen claiming it happened, and now it didn't happen. I don't know. Did somebody get to her like Stormy Daniels, that guy?
Like all 3 were around me.
Yeah.
And then one of them put my hands behind my back. One of them covered my mouth. They kept on laughing and calling me names and everything.
What kind of names were they calling you?
Ugly. I shouldn't have been born.
Those are real tears. I don't know. I mean, I'm beginning to believe that this young girl needs to be in protective custody for her own safety. You don't know if somebody didn't get to her and go, hey, babe, you're not going to say anything about us. You understand? Yeah. It's. Why would she recant it? Look at how real her tears are. Just check this out.
They call me like a attention seeker over.
This is painful.
I'm telling you, man, I know real, and that's real. That's way better than those fake crisis actor kids that constantly say, oh, they were attacked by terrible things and gunmen, and it was in the, yeah, and then we had to go outside with the crisis actors, and those are real tears. They are. You're not allowed to use the N-word here. It is a bannable offense. This is your first warning. Snowden opens his cell phones and physically disconnects the camera and microphone. To talk, he attaches an external mic. I believe it, yeah. Well, Snowden is an NSA agent working still to this day, undercover. And I want to thank Edward Snowden for presenting all the disinformation he could to Russia. Thank you. Good job. Yeah, there's no way Edward Snowden would still be alive today if he'd been real and legitimate. He's just been running like a PR firm for the NSA. Edward Snowden would never have ever lived this long. He would have been terminated in Moscow. Apparently he doesn't have a high security profile either. Yeah, thanks to him, we know we're being surveyed. He was used as a PR tool and also to send disinformation to Moscow and to China. It's obvious. Our NSA couldn't be that stupid that they let a high-level or high school dropout literally handle all of our top security information and not charge him with a crime right now. It's obvious the NSA's in on this. Walgreens CVS suspends sales of Zantac brand due to contaminant fears. You know, so many people rely on Zantac, and it is by far like a placebo. Well, it does work, but it has like a placebo effect. Now there's contamination issues. You know, the best thing you could do with Zantac, if you're using a lot, is just stop overeating at night. You know, they don't tell you that at the doctor's office. It's overeating that leads to your acid stomach. Well, let's be clear. Okay, I guess this story is going to take a while. NBC runs their servers out of sludge. They just can't get their act together like YouTube. I don't know what's wrong with NBC or CBS or ABC. Coming up next. It's constant buffering for a lot of people. If you're having problems with our show, we have a backup feed you can run with pop-out chat. So play that with pop-out chat, or go to Cool Rock and run the Flash iBlog show. Yeah, you're right. So Edward Snowden released a lot of information that never would have been open to the American public, especially about what happened with the NSA listening to people, monitoring people. Hey, thank you guys over at Periscope for coming in. Why is my show the only one buffering? Because Mark gets paid lots to censor me. I've been explaining that to you for 7 years now. You don't realize it. And because I'm not going to be kicked off his network, you guys choose to be on the network and use his chat services. So, but one way to avoid it is to go into pop-out chat and then have a separate screen with Periscope running. And you can still talk in Periscope too. We're building up our Periscope viewership, which has taken forever, but we're still hanging in there. Anyway, I would be concerned about that girl if she's had, you know, some call from some goon who maybe said something to her, you know, threatening her. Hi.
Hello.
How'd it go?
Good.
Good. There was a big, huge find of gold. Some guy had, a corrupt official had all this gold in China.
Are you sure that's gold?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They found all this gold in domicile.
So that's where all the U.S. gold went to.
Yeah, and that he's going to be executed in China for having that much gold. Okay.
Wow. I guess he wanted to be like King Midas or something.
You got a car chase that's live. Space shuttle. Live pursuit in L.A. So how
that has been the case we have seen where the speed really rockets up. Now over 100 miles an hour. Wow, just missed a vehicle there. Really speeding as...
In a residential area. This is a residential area.
Wow.
So that's the concern. When you back off, the speeds normally slow down. So if there is a collision, it's not going to be as severe as a vehicle striking at 100 miles per hour into a motorist vehicle, especially a compact or subcompact or a motorcycle rider or a bicycle rider. There's all kinds of possibilities. But again, public safety is paramount.
Okay, I'm going to let Sarah talk to you guys. She's going to give me a little break while I do some dinner, and I will be back. Thank you for coming in, Sarah.
You're welcome, David. Thanks for making dinner.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. You should buy Alex Jones vitamins so you'll magically learn to fly. No, don't do that. I don't endorse that in any way, shape, or form. That's pretty crazy. Anyway. I'm happy, Drag King. Yes. Is this turtleneck short sleeves? No, I do not like short sleeved shirts. I really, really don't. I do have a cool sweater on underneath it, but yeah, I'm not a short sleeve fan. I have t-shirts, short sleeve t-shirts, but I really prefer long sleeve. My favorite thing is probably long sleeve t-shirts. Hello, Easy. Hugs to you too. All right. I like this turtleneck on me as well. Yes. Is he getting out? What did he say? I muted it, so.
Male who was the driver of this vehicle stopped on the side of a residential area. Hopefully police are not too far behind. It looks like he is surrendering himself. Police now on scene, guns drawn, giving direction to him about what needs to happen, what he...
That seems like his family members or something. Wow. I guess he's... Oh, sorry. Sarah, move.
With a weapon.
He's surrendering. No, they're not gonna hurt them. See, they're putting their guns away.
Unknown why those other people were standing near him when he was off to the side giving himself away. I'm sure officers are going to be questioning those witnesses soon, asking many things from how do you know this suspect to why did they stop here. You can see the suspect is laying on the ground.
Okay, I'll just leave it. All right, now I'm out of the way so you can look at that if you really want to. He needs a fidget spinner. That was the problem for Giuliani. He needed a fidget spinner. That's pretty hilarious about saying he needed a fidget spinner. I guess he realized he couldn't get away. This is America. Police pursuit in Los Angeles. I remember living in California watching these. Now I live in Washington State and I'm still watching these. Well, what's that? That was weird. Some woman was like, I think I'll cross the street at the bottom. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, Mad Dog, because I like to take baths sometimes. But, it's funny that you say that, because I did tell my sister, who lives in, they're building her house, she's building her house. Well, she's not building her house, she's renovating an old house. And part of the renovating in the old house is, of course, redoing this one bathroom, and they're like redoing the shower. And she was, anyway, I told her to go join a gym like Planet Fitness. Easy, you want to talk about space? Like space, the final frontier. It's huge. "261 says Snowden opens his cell phones and physically disconnects the camera and microphone. To talk, he attaches an external mic. And thanks to him, we know we're being surveilled." That's true, 731. If he hadn't surrendered, the police may have killed him or at the very least caused a wreck. But they try not to cause any wrecks. Because they've got the, once they have him on the helicopter, they can just follow him. That's why the only ways that they show in videos of getting away is like parking their car under a tunnel and having another car. David would never scrape roadkill off the road to eat unless it was survival and he ran out of all his other survival food. Which, okay, good to know, Scissor Fight, that is not you. And David has a lot of other survival food, so that is highly unlikely. I'm not really Well, maybe a 1% chance. I love fries. I told you, that's you. Go take a shower, wash all your clothes, open up the doors to let some air, fresh air into your house, and then come back. Sarah, you need backup. I'm sorry, I'm not able to back you up. Model the turtleneck for you. Really? What? Like, how so? I don't know what you're saying. Well, I would never say never, sir, but I just would say that I would think that you would not be able to smell me from wherever you are, since this is virtual and it's not smell-o-vision. He tries, but he doesn't realize it's coming from him. Final dream, right? Oh, he just wants me to... There you go. One, there aren't... Wait. Well, Jake, my advice to you would be to make sure you take a vitamin every day, a multivitamin. Also, if you're drinking, if it's beer, do probably a light beer. And I would say that is definitely excessive. Also, my other advice is what's yours of choice, Jake? My other advice would be, when you're ready, Alcoholics Anonymous. When you're ready. So you do believe it's excessive? So you're making your first... No, AA is not a cult. I think AA is very good for people. Why don't you just give it a shot? You know, you don't... The thing is that it's anonymous, so they're not going to tell your employer or wherever you work that you go there. Two, I mean, just give it a try. I would say if you're wanting to, I take it you're asking for help, so that's a sign that you want to stop drinking. Then I would say that the first step is, well, if you need love, go to AA. You'll find people there that accept you. It was some kind of police chase in Los Angeles. It's over now. Hello, Larry. Give it another chance. I don't think it's 100. You should go to a different meeting in a different part of town then. This one meeting, I don't think you're ready for it. You maintain a 6-figure job while drinking? Do you dislike yourself? Do you dislike, you said that you wanted, okay, I can get that. It's that bad, huh? You don't want to talk to somebody. Well, one thing that you can do, well, I would ask, do you want to stop drinking? Do you feel it's a problem, you said? Oh my goodness. Oh, Jake, that is so sad. Were you involved in the car accident? I would say my biggest advice, piece of advice to you, Jake, is do not drive. Yeah, I bet you do have bad nights. And you need someone to talk to. So I would say, number 1, don't drive. Number 2, do start taking a multivitamin every day. Yeah, you probably do suffer from PTSD. You could find a therapist to talk to. Or you could also, there's this therapy I highly recommend called, I think it's called, yes, EMDR. And EMDR is a, no, but my family members have been. Mad Dog. Or just like, and I was involved in groups that helped youth related to it. Yeah, I'm sorry you have tough nights. EMDR, no, David is not a friend of Bill. No. That's what you say, Drag King, but I'm thinking that you're the one that did that. If you win 4 times in a row at 10-1 each time, what is the total odds? $40 out of 4. It would still be 10 out of 1 odds. Oh, well, let me ask Jake. Just forget it. Let's be positive. He understands partial differential equations, so he probably understands odds, maybe even better than I do. Stebu over at iVlog is asking about the odds, Jake, and he says if he What is the chances of or odds of winning 4 times in a row at a game where it's 10% odds? No, it's a full-length turtleneck. I don't like showing my midriff. Yeah, I tell you what, True Blue, I know somebody who went to therapy. Oh. And was just going to like regular psychologists for a long time. And then this person that I know went to an EMDR therapist, and I just saw a complete change in that person. They just completely, it totally helped them psychologically. Well, I don't plan my turtlenecks and sweaters on the day of the week, no, but I do put my outfits together for the next day. Yes, you do like that Monty Hall problem. I know you like that one. Okay, Mad Dog. If you want to take your multivitamin and crush it up in your applesauce, that's good. I hope you're more sane in person, Nubius. Okay. I am wearing kind of, it's funny that you say it, I am wearing kind of like a bell-bottom thing with this turtleneck. It's not like bell-bottoms, it's just, I don't know how to describe them. They're kind of like these long flowing pants. But yeah. You take the best, you like the Fred Flintstone multivitamins? I was thinking I might get some of those gummy chewables. David always says, no, I don't like those. Will your insurance company pay for accident-related TBI, PTSD condition? You hate going through EMDR? I really don't know who your insurance company is, and I don't know the particulars, so I cannot answer that question for you, True Blue. I am so sorry, Jake. Why? I mean, you can't pull yourself to stop drinking. I understand. Alcoholism is a deadly disease. Yeah. So give your liver a fighting chance with the vitamins. Because like David and he knows some people who have been drinking for years. So funny. It's, well, not funny, but a lot of David's friends drink a lot. I think his friend drinks almost that much as you do, as you were saying you do. But he still seems really healthy, and one of the reasons that he seems healthy is he takes these mega protein drinks every morning and tons of vitamins, and he works out every day. Like Mad Dog would suggest working out. Yeah, you gotta, like, not just protein drinks, but things with vitamins in it, because you're, instead of just, I know everything goes through your liver, but instead of processing it and killing it with alcohol, you also need to feed it good things. Is it normal for eyes to get blurry at night? I think so, Ace Spade. especially if you're, some people have night vision issues. And yeah, so you have your rods and your cones. And the thing is that your eyes dilate more to let more light in at night. And so maybe your rods and cones that aren't normally getting a direct hit from during the day might be getting they might be exposed more at night, and maybe that's causing your normal blurry vision. I'm not really sure though, A-Speed. Like I said, I'm not a doctor, and I'm not an optometrist or an ophthalmologist. Those people would know way more than I do. True Blue, you can attest to taking tons of supplements. It's costly, but it's worth it for decades. Final Dream, you might be right about having bad eyes. I have pretty bad eyes. I sometimes I'm like, whoa, like woozy. But mainly just from my eyes, like adjusting. So Jake, what is your 6-figure income job, if you don't mind my asking? You don't have to say though. Oh, can't type too well. You're out of your pain meds tonight. I'm sorry. Would that be your dream job, A-Spade? Is that why you typed that? Oh, it's pretty funny though. Oh gosh. That is a very, very sad life, Jake. Is there anything positive? I mean, you say you like partial differential equations. What am I doing? Well, I was putting my hair up. Could you maybe find like a purpose with teaching someone math or something like that? Maybe you need to find another purpose in life. Don't worry about your brother. Brothers are not... It's okay to vent. That's what we're here for. I think that's one of the reasons I'm here, to allow you to vent. I mean, everybody needs to have somebody to vent to. Hello, Gabriel. True Blue says maybe you need religion. You could try church. Misanthropy, a yes. Misanthropy asks, is math really that fulfilling? I think so. I think it can be. I don't really have enough time for it right now, but I really do like math. A lot. It's weird. And then I feel like a weirdo with it. But Jake, maybe there's another love of your life out there. What's so great about math? What I like is I like picturing different ways to solve problems. One. I like solving problems too. Maybe that's it. I like solving problems. I also like almost, it's almost like a A fantasy land, math. I mean, it's a real land, but it's a universal language 3, yeah. But it just like, almost like, when I started thinking about math and numbers and how everything can be explained with it, it's pretty cool. You know, like, with programming, you can do... I have at certain points a spade. I know, it's funny. You can laugh at me. I forgot what I was going to say. What would the love of your life tell you to do now if she was still here? And were you drinking at the time? You say you were badly injured. Do you feel guilty for her death? Yeah. That's a good point. I think dating, they have said dating and social media is very lonely. Maybe final dream. Maybe he's social engineering us. Maybe he just needs to vent. You were hit by a drunk driver. Now, promise me you don't drive now, Jake, I hope, right? Do you drive? Because the last thing you want to do is cause the same pain to someone else that's been done to you. Okay, good. I'm glad you have alcohol delivery there. I so wish they had alcohol delivery in the States. Not that I would ever order alcohol to be delivered. I want to minimize the reasons for drunk driving. True Blue has found religion and finds his inner sanctum in religion. And you know, a lot of people do. They find their church to be like a family and safe haven. And I have found that people the church people are often very accepting. Unless they are judgy church people, then they're just judgmental. I don't know, sometimes it's hard because certain churches are very accepting and certain churches are judgmental. I've heard like Methodist and Lutheran are more accepting. You need a new internet, like a new internet service provider, just the way we interact with people, internet. Are there any dark web dating sites? Yes. Well, I say yes like I know. But I don't know because I've never been on the dark web. But, I mean, obviously there has to be dark web dating sites because there's dark web sites for everything. There's all kinds of sites for all kinds of people, especially the dark web. Finding the dark web dating sites, that's another story. It probably would be, if you were able to find a dark web dating site, that would probably be a good thing for you, Misanthropy. Because obviously the other person that found the dark web dating site would be a lot more up your alley and know a lot more like you. And if there's not a dark web dating site, well, maybe you could create a dark web dating site. I don't really know, Ace Spade, how to find the dark web. I know how to find some of the deep web stuff, but not the dark web. After restarting, the best way to speed up a computer after it's slow to load, I would say you need to, 1, defrag, 2, get rid of all the programs that are running in the background. Well, that's kind of my point, Q17. You attend a vibrant church fellowship, they're very accepting, they're not non-denominational. They have Celebrate Recovery, AA, etc. Wow. Wait, why did your brother blame you? There you go. Like Final Dream says, clean out the startup in the registry. What's the difference between the deep web and the dark web? The deep web is all of the things that are on the web that you don't have access to, but it's information on it. For instance, all of my Google Drive files and everything I have in Dropbox that you can't access, that would be considered the deep web. The dark web, on the other hand, is deep, but it's also where a most illicit often criminal activity occurs. So things that they don't want the police to know about often happen on the dark web. You realized last night that command line web browsers actually have really good privacy. You tried W3M with Wireshark running and it wasn't connecting to all kinds of random stuff. Only the site you visited. That's pretty cool. Well, I'm always being trolled, Mad Dog. I'm just going to act like I'm not being trolled, or I roll with the trolls, which is why the trolls like me. I would say yes, I love fries. Yes, Sarah understands the meaning of unevenly yoked. I grew up in a Christian home period. I grew up in a Christian home, period. Then I moved out and no longer go to church.
Right.
How you couldn't possibly have saved your father who had an aneurysm, even if you spent every last penny that you had, Jake.
Yeah, that's something like that.
Your brother obviously doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
If your father had an aneurysm,
it's hard to predict those.
You couldn't have saved him if you probably couldn't have saved him if you're a medical doctor.
Yeah, that's right. They're tough to spot and intervene. They're often dormant in our bodies that we don't even know they exist.
That's true, misanthropy.
When you go to the dark net, you don't know what site you're going to before you... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could go to something highly illegal if you go to the dark net, yeah.
Well, it sounds like your brother is very, probably hurting as well. How old was your brother when your father died? David's facial spritzer is on the deep dark web.
It's just they can't duplicate it because it's got the Fountain of Youth water in it. So it's too bad that they didn't get a hold of that source. Yeah, so
Jake is feeling very depressed. He thinks he's just gonna drink himself to death because he lost his girlfriend in a car accident when he was 24. They were hit. He and her were hit by a drunk driver.
Oh man, that's terrible.
He was injured and she died.
Oh my God.
Oh. And then his mom,
Expects him to
he
do
died.
all of this.
His mom died when he was 28.
Oh, right
His
afterward.
dad died when he was 31, and his younger brother, who was 26 when his dad died, blamed him because he thinks that just because he was 5 years older, he could have saved his dad from an aneurysm.
Just explain that's not physically possible. That's not something you could have done. Explain to them the science behind it, or get a doctor to explain it to him.
I would say, I know, you're having a bad night.
Digital minimalism, you could write it right after that piece
On this
right
one?
there. Yeah. On the third line, yeah. Okay. I'd like to engage in digital minimalism. I agree.
I don't think we can.
Well, we're working on it. We've consolidated everything on Cool Rock.
Well, part of me thinks we should engage in digital
I'm into tweeting all the time.
megamism. No.
I'm into tweeting all the time, and it you just don't accept the fact that we're censored. It's hard for you to understand.
No, I'm saying that we are engaged in lots of digital life because obviously we do the show.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not exploding like we thought we would, and it's partly because of the simple fact that we are being held back. We are being digitally censored, so digital minimalism is kind of ironic when we're digitally censored. We want the message to grow, but we're both frustrated from our own perspectives as to why it hasn't grown virally on the internet. Thanks, Sarah.
Book.
Yeah, I made dinner for you. It's on the stove, and help yourself to whatever's there.
Oh, thank you.
There's plenty of chicken, curry, peas, and potatoes. I threw a few wontons in there for flavor, too.
Command line browser. That's pretty cool.
Command line browser. Wow, that's a new type of browser.
I don't know. Some kind of... Well, it's what's Misanthropy's talking about.
Oh, command line browser, really? Well, people who use command lines are kind of still lingering in the background and wanting to dig deep into the underside of the internet.
Did you ever check out the book I was recommending? I loved that book.
No, I haven't.
No, it was, oh gosh, what was the name of it? I'll look it up. It's called The Innovators.
Oh, right, The Innovators, yeah.
I loved that book.
Yeah.
Totally loved it. That's one of the books, yeah.
The Innovators, yeah. Really, I'd love to see The Innovator. Actually, books on tape, Sarah does, and I would gladly do it, but it does involve hooking it up to my my iPad and setting it next to my head, which has a Wi-Fi connection. So I'm a little hesitant to do that. I use an MP3 player when I listen to stuff, and I don't want a Wi-Fi connection near my head. Well, the longest lasting filter, it depends on how many total dissolved solids you have in your system. But I swear by the Zero Water. They have, for $19, they have an introductory decanter. I guess it's like 6 cups, and it's got its own meter to test whether it's got total dissolved solids in the water you're cleaning. But I like Zero Water. ZeroWater.com is the site. You can check it out. They're $15 to replace the filter, but they'll last between 30 and 50 gallons, roughly. If you're in California, you probably have about 50 to 60 total dissolved solids per million. I have like 500, so a filter in my area is not going to last very long. I have to go through reverse osmosis, and now my reverse osmosis filter is clogging up. I've got to clean that. I just noticed it's clogging up, so I got to pull all the filters out and replace the filter in my RO filter now, just to get it to the point where I can put it in that Zero Water filter and quadruple filter it. Anyway, we've got within 10 miles of our house, we've got flame retardant leaching into the soil, and the Navy doesn't want to stop using it. They still continue to use flame retardant. Isn't that kind of retarded? That's because most of the people here are retardicans. They support the Retardican Party. Yeah, yes, sir. The Navy needs to use those flame retardant things to sort of put out the fires in the engine. Well, why do you have fires in your engine? I mean, there's something wrong with your engines if they're burning up. Well, sir, we have to use the flame retardant. That's the only way to get rid of the flame, sir. No, it's the Retardicans. Yeah, I created that word today. I hope it's okay. Actually, I created it yesterday. But we still have the Democrats, so don't think for a second I'm not equally balanced here. The Retardicans and Democrats. Well, let's be clear. Yes, they're not expected to get rid of fluoride. You can get rid of fluoride by aerating things. Berkeys, they claim, get rid of fluoride. Fluoride's a gas, so... Yes. Retardicans and Democrats. These are my new terms for the parties that exist. I don't mind using name calling. I find it very effective. Yeah, you can call me names too. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me, right? That's the old adage. So Trump wanted compromising information on Joe Biden, according to a former Ukraine lawmaker in a CBS interview. So this is very damning. There's a lot more to the story than Trump would like you to believe. Oh, it's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. Now it's a Ukrainian hoax. Russian and Ukrainian hoax. And the Civil War too is going to be started if they continue this. So let me get this straight. Donald Trump wants us to start a civil war over him? I get you. Now I know why he's being impeached. Makes sense, doesn't it? Right. The Transformers were fighting the Retardicans and the Democrats during the late 2020 era, in which they finally took over. The centrist United took over. They couldn't handle the left falling into the weird libtard world of transgenderism and communism. And they couldn't handle the right catering to the richest people in the world, not willing to tax people like Jeff Bezos. I mean, come on. If anybody needs to be taxed, it's Jeff Bezos. I just don't agree with Bernie and say that he wants to tax him $9 million. It's ridiculous. Jeff Bezos is he's kind of a capitalizer. He does amazing capitalization. And he'll do it to America without taxing him? That's crazy. So let's get the last laugh on Jeff Bezos. What do you say? That's what I say. Oh, here he is. In 60 Minutes, he was talking to one of those womanizers.
Delay that date. I would love for it to be after I'm dead.
Anyway, he has kind of an evil laugh, you know. And I'm a little sick and tired of seeing people with that type of mentality dominate politics, and Donald Trump doesn't do a damn thing to stop him. You know, he gets everything he wants. I mean, the NSA is sucking off his servers, and we don't even know if his servers are safe. They've got this Chinese chip in it that was created in China. And we're not even sure if Jeff Bezos' safe NSA buildup that he did is even safe. How can we be sure when he himself has a penis picture that's sitting out there somewhere? And no one knows who has it right now, but I know he's paying through the nose to try to figure out what's going on. Anyway, I can't possibly morph into his face. I just can't do it. All right, thank you very much for that attempt, but that was a failure. Net failure. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I can't be greedy like he is. Any other questions? So we got this thing going for us, which is a major hit against the Trump campaign. If this is true, the impeachment's going forward. But I think, isn't Congress taking a couple weeks off? They need a break. It's just too much to handle, you know. This whole whistleblower thing is just exhausting. The Ukrainians named in the whistleblower case report say Trump's lawyer was clear about his hunt for dirt on Biden's. Well, there you have it. Okay. Trump wanted to get dirt on Biden, which is totally illegal. But I think Trump should still pursue his case against Joe Biden. Yeah, I mean, if William Barr is going to seriously, apply charges to Biden when he was a VP, he should get the story straight, don't you think? This story was actually completely dead at one time. There's a guy who did a detailed study of the Ukrainian situation and was the first to break the news, and he's come forward with this statement. He said he wrote about the Bidens in Ukraine years ago, then the right-wing spin machine turned the story upside down, and it's kind of true. The right-wing spin machine was just working overtime. I'm going to give you this article if you want the full detail as to how this whole story started. It turns out Biden really was looking into corruption, believe it or not. And he made the had the proper channels and ducks in line when he did make that statement that he held up $1 billion. It's going to be difficult for the Trumps to get past this story. So, and the guy who wrote it, which kind of kicked the whole thing rolling. Dirt on Biden was then pieced together from various clips. And I'm not here to protect Biden in this case, but it does look like the right wing has the wrong impression unless they can prove emphatically that it was about his son Hunter, which admittedly Hunter looks guilty as hell of receiving money when he shouldn't have. But this corrupt prosecutor was looked at by the government on other levels as well. So that's going to be difficult for the Trump team to get past that hump. I would never work for any journalistic organization because I clearly am free-minded. I'm a free thinker, and I would never be able to be molded into Brian Williams and tell people lies. I just can't do it. You were permabanned from Twitter when you're telling your story? Wow. Okay. They talk in code, yeah. Some of you QAnoners believe that JFK Jr. is still alive. It's pretty funny. I just don't buy the QAnon thing. When Jeffrey Epstein got away and got out and is now living on Epstein Island and nobody talks about it, no, they didn't prosecute Jeffrey Epstein. They let him get out. That means that Trump is working for the deep state. He could have done everything he could to get justice with Jeffrey Epstein, but he did nothing. I heard that real journalists are actually usually dead or they're just not making any money. That's what I heard. If you have a real story, you're going to get YouTube knocked out. Your subscribers will drop to 0. YouTube does a lot of censorship directly. But there's a couple people like Michael Hastings. The conspiracy theory is that he was killed. He was the guy that said that General McChrystal wasn't involved in the Afghanistan war. And that cost McChrystal his job as our general there under Obama. But Michael Hastings basically got killed. And many people believe it was his car was targeted. Somebody hijacked his OBD2 system, which is the computer oversight system that in cars past 2007, they all have these computer chips that can be hacked from external areas of your car. Yeah, literally they can be reverse hacked, and hackers have proven this, but Michael Hastings was the guy who I think may have been killed this way. To be silenced, yeah. He was working on a John Brennan expose about the CIA and Benghazi, because John Brennan knows a lot about Benghazi, probably would never talk about. Trump never asked him or prosecuted him either. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, Michael Hastings' car was literally blown to pieces when it crashed into a palm tree at Florence and Normandy Avenue in L.A.
In Hollywood early this morning. Rolling Stone magazine is reporting that journalist Michael Hastings is the one that was killed. His reporting, you may remember, is credited with bringing down the career of General Stanley McChrystal. KTLA 5's Dave Meekum live in Hancock Park tonight. He's got more on this story. Hello, Dave.
Hello. In terms of LA, 1:17 at this hour, but in terms of Rolling Stone magazine, as you just heard, and then the website BuzzFeed, both reporting that this man, this driver, was one of their own. Rolling Stone magazine called Michael Hastings a fearless journalist who refused to cozy up to power. His death at 33 came by way of a fire-fueled and explosive crash where Hancock Park meets Hollywood there at Highland and Melrose.
It sounded like a bomb went off in the middle of the night. My house shook. The windows were rattling.
Hastings was a 2010 Polk Award winner for magazine reporting. He was alone in what investigators say was a brand new Mercedes.
I couldn't have written a scene like this for a movie where the engine flies from the car, which was about, 50, 60 yards up, right down here to this telephone pole.
The engine flew. Look at that engine. It blew right up. So what would cause an engine to fly that far unless, of course, he crashed into the telephone pole? If his system had been hijacked in a brand new Mercedes, the accelerator hits the floor, and if it had control like some of the self-parking Mercedes used to in the beginning, I don't think they had those in 2006. But if that Mercedes, brand new Mercedes, could have been hijacked, it turns out in 2010 they could have easily done that. And that would have put his engine 200 feet away. Flying engines. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the issue, but Michael Hastings was a brilliant Polk Award-winning journalist who was snuffed out at the peak time of his life. He was only like 33 or something. Really sad. Okay, you got Shell Shocked coming up. You're still up. Wow. So you have 13 different Twitter accounts. Wow. It's amazing. Here is her famous quote for today. Oma has got some complaining about censorship to talk about. There comes a time when silence is betrayal. It's a good one. As you sow, so shall you reap. Now, Oma, your account has been terminated 12 times. You've had to open up 13 different... You can't even tweet now? You have 13 different accounts. They've shut you down. And Oma's been pursuing people who've been doing organ brokers and weirdos that take infants, and she claims that somebody stole her infant at birth. And she's been pursuing this for some time, and now she's been censored so much, she's had 12, now 13 accounts. Isn't that amazing? And she's exposing a corruption ring that stretches throughout the Southeast. Organ donors are all very, very rich. Yeah, thank you. Antifa blocks the path of an elderly lady crying across the street, repeatedly calls her a Nazi. Really? Antifa, I think, is government sponsored, but that's just George Soros sponsored. Government approved. Okay. Yeah, that's sad. It just shows you that Antifa is out to get noticed, I guess, by doing horrible things. Yeah, I'm against the extreme left and the extreme right. You ordered a quantum computer from Amazon? Wow, you must be making some good money. Wow, Ace Spade, I didn't realize you were rolling the dough. I hope you didn't buy it on credit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking for a quantum computer right now. Quantum computer. I'm not getting it. What the hell is a quantum computer? Yeah, I'm not sure. They stole both children? Wow. So no, almost saying they stole both children. Your baby, then Cody. The baby was said no DNA. Wow. And this is happening in Florida? I'm so sorry. Wow. Yeah, I'm not getting a quantum computer at all. So you tell me, what is a quantum computer? How much foreign aid the world receives from America? Really? We get money from... We give money all around the world, over $55 billion. Iraq gets $3.7 billion. I didn't know that. This is quite a chart. 3.2 to Israel. Jordan gets 1.5. Afghanistan's been getting huge amounts of funding, 5.7 billion, including our war activities. Wow, this is a great chart. Well, you've got it nailed here. Look at that. That's one heck of a chart. Thanks for that, Misanthropy. That's something to study for hours. Isn't it amazing? Foreign aid chart. We should do a foreign aid day to just be all dressed like Ross Perot.
Now see here. Now see all the foreign aid that we give away to Israel and Afghanistan. And now why are we giving all that money to Afghanistan? Clearly because the heroin is cheaper today for your average consumer, and we're aiding and abetting the Taliban that create or they assist the warlords while we're fighting the Taliban.
I mean, who knows? I mean, he might have a point. What is a quantum PC? We're still waiting on that. You got more Antifa pictures? Okay. Thank you for that, Drag King. No, that's not Antifa. That's a young woman who happens to be on our show, and you're making fun of her. That's not Antifa. That's Anita. I don't have any bi-curious urges. You're sick, you need help. Contact your no, actually, if you're in New Jersey and California, disregard anything I say. Contact your local homosexual therapist and finding out why you're turning gay. Yeah, she could be anything. She's a unique person. You got to embrace her for that. Well, not physically embrace her, but you got to like the fact that she hangs out in our room and tells everyone about her situation. She's very open about what's going on in her life, and we have a regular named Anita in our show. Yes, she's a regular. Well, I don't know. Some people maybe like that thing, you know, that particular look. Let's dig a little bit into the experience called homelessness and what it's like to be in LA right now. Aside from the LA webcam that we can bring you, there's a 5th and Main, or it's Skid Row webcam. Let me see if I have it. No. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get it. It's a live feed from Skid Row. Let's take a look at this. LA officials urge California Governor Gavin Newsom to declare a state of emergency in the coming days to help local governments combat the escalating homeless crisis sweeping the region. So Garrett Garcetti couldn't build a bathroom and can't build something like an outreach center. He's unable to actually use the money that taxpayers are paying through the nose, property owners in LA to use. He instead buys hybrid police cars. Okay, facing a deepening quagmire over homeless encampments, LA elected officials are increasingly looking to sweeping statewide initiatives to shake loose solutions, reports the Herald. The latest proposal from LA County Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas and City Councilman Joe Buscaino would have the governor declare a state of emergency on homelessness in California. Pro-Trump group removes 50 tons of trash from the LA homeless camp. Pro-Trump group. That's pretty cool. The pro-Trump group organization that helped clean up Baltimore's littered alleys and streets earlier this year traveled to LA over the weekend, removing more than 50 tons of garbage. Hey, I got to applaud you Trump supporters for at least doing something when your president doesn't want to do anything. Congrats. Thank you. It's almost 9 a.m. and we're moving waste from a homeless camp in L.A. Well, why is an outsider from Northern Virginia here and not California elected leadership? So they came in from Northern Virginia just to do this. That's pretty cool. I got to admit, good going, you Trump supporters. Yeah. If only you could leave the Retardican party and enter America's third party, we welcome you. After all, Trump stole 15 of my ideas. You know, you're going to like our ideas, I can guarantee it. I support your right to bear arms, whereas Trump doesn't. He wants red flag laws like Lindsey Graham wants. Oh yeah, slippery slope, those red flag laws. Doesn't that sound communist, the red flag laws? Sounds like a commie plot to me from the Republican Rush-ublicans, the Retardicans. Man, 28 jumps to death at Grand Canyon Skywalk. This is pretty sad, folks. Somebody going out on a limb, literally, and jumping off. Jeez. What was going on in his life? Wasn't a happy day for him, Mr. whatever his name is. Yeah, prime officials, they shut down the tourist attraction at the Grand Canyon Skywalk. He climbed over the safety barrier at the Skywalk, a tourist spot at the Hualapaya Reservation, located outside the Grand Canyon National Park. The tourist who fell into Grand Canyon while taking photos. Okay. Okay, something's going on here. I don't know. It's something playing there, but look at the Skywalk. This is amazing. I didn't even realize this existed. It's a horseshoe-shaped glass walkway that hovers roughly 70 feet above the canyon, overlooking the Colorado River. It's amazing. In March, a Chinese tourist fell to his death as he was trying to take a photo near the Skywalk. He stumbled, falling into the canyon. We're not sure if these are suicides. I mean, it's like they're trying to get the best possible shot. It's kind of a vague thing. You know, I don't know if he jumped or he just slipped. I mean, whatever. Now, what's this saying? Okay, here we go. Let me read it. Amid a Ukrainian complaint, GOP questions move to drop first-hand info requirement in whistleblower form. Wow. Republicans challenged intelligence community officials to explain why a key whistleblower form was apparently changed to drop a requirement for first-hand information. Interesting. Who changed the long-standing whistleblower rules just before submittal of the fake whistleblower report? Drain the swamp. Republicans noted that a prior version of the form published in May of 2018 included clear language, which read a whistleblower must have first-hand information to be deemed credible. Black Virginia sixth grader who claimed, oh, this is going on. That's the dreadlock story. She claimed she wasn't really attacked. Her dreadlocks weren't cut off after all. I don't believe it. Not with those real tears that she shed. But that's pretty interesting. Yeah. Okay, well, somebody getting off of an edge and taking a picture, it probably was suicide. And despite Trump's promise not to touch Social Security or Medicare, his latest budget proposal would reduce Medicare spending by $845 billion over 10 years. But the Democrats stopped it, and they want to keep the funding going. Because remember, the Democrats want Obamacare to be fully funded. Sure. Now, there's a tweet. The Church of Sweden is proclaiming Greta Thunberg is the successor to Jesus Christ in a resurfaced tweet. Just as the story gets farmed out to the psychiatric ward, this young girl is being touted as the next Messiah. Dare you? All right. This is all wrong. How dare you? So she's an ageist. She doesn't like people from different generations. Not a very nice person. I'm going to think less Jesus and more Antichrist. I'm just going to throw it out there. You go from there. If you want to do cowbell, I can do cowbell too. Yeah. So let's take a look at this young lady and what she's up to. Church of Sweden proclaims Greta Thunberg is a successor to Jesus Christ in a resurfaced tweet. I'm sorry, I had to do my ovatims. I have to do a few ovatims whenever the church has heresy like this. Yeah. I'm not very religious, but I can tell you that pissed me off. Yeah, let's see now. The church says, declared the Teen the Star climate activist Greta Thunberg to be appointed successor to Jesus Christ in a 2018 tweet that's resurfaced in the wake of her speech. Announcement: Jesus of Nazareth has now appointed one of his successors, Greta Thunberg, by the Limhamns Church in Sweden. Yeah, look at that there. Sure thing, yeah. Boy, I think I need another coffee. Vill du också ha kaffe, David? Yeah, please. Grazie.
How dare you? How dare you?
Wow, the crescendo. It is fun, isn't it? It's such an antichrist. You know, she's such a twisted poor girl. We're not all to blame for the pollution problems. This girl didn't even mention once chemtrails. Not one mention of the word chemtrails. I mean, that to me is unchristian. Look at this stuff that's being dumped in the sky. It's unbelievable. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy fact. I'm sick and tired of having people ignore the truth. They've got planes stacked with all kinds of chemical dispersants everywhere. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, and this is the kind of stuff that we're breathing. This is manufacturing climate change, what I'm looking at right here. She didn't mention that at all. Plus, she didn't talk about how to get rid of the pollution. Air filtration. I'm the only person in the world talking about air filtration daily. Did I mention air filtration? That would be a great thing to talk about. It's kind of like the word plastics in the Graduate when Dustin Hoffman talked about plastics. I talk about air filtration because what we're seeing here is climate rape. Truly. Let me get her picture off, so I don't want to associate her with that. But the climate rape can only be arrested with ending chemtrails. Yeah, and not a question mark. No chemtrails. And air filtration. Exclamation mark. This is how to solve climate rape. And our country is doing nothing to advance this. Food plastics, estrogens in your body. Whoa. So, you know, that's absurd. Nobody associates chemtrails with flat earthers. No.
The plastics that come into contact with you.
You'd have to be an idiot to think that. You're probably falling for the CIA websites that associate chemtrails with flat earth stories. That's what you're doing. Yeah, nobody of any right mind would think that. Food plastics, estrogens in your body. Wow, we'll cover this tonight.
Your foods are probably messing with your hormones in ways that could negatively affect your health, or even more so, the health of your kids, even your future kids, or potentially your lack thereof. Plastics are messing with your hormones. This is
I don't know, man. I don't know if plastics are messing with my hormones, but you might be right, man. I don't think so, but if you think so, we do get a lot of microplastic in our body. I mean, even my filtration can't block every little bit of microplastic in this bottle. Even my fruit enzyme is getting some sort of a microplastic leach into my fruit spray. Dave, your show's the only one buffering. I spoke to Mark. He said, tell Dave to deal with it or find another home. Mark is so rude. The fact is, for you, Money, Mark makes a lot of money completely attacking our show with doxing. He pays people to do that. We have evidence that people got money like T. Rucker and United American to dox us. Yeah. If you want to do the show, just open up your pop-out chat. And every day go to our thirdparty.com, or actually Twitter at twitter.com/thirdparty, and yeah, just get the link to our Periscope show. That's today's link. My clothes are washed in hermetically clean environments. Purified, filtered water that was mixed with a septic system in my community. Yeah, I was at a restaurant the other day with Sarah, and we were having a glass of tap water, because that's what they serve at restaurants, tap water. Restaurants rarely filter water. Oh, okay, great. I haven't seen it. Let me take a look. All right. Anyway, the tap water is supposed to be, from Cascade Mountains, but what they're doing is they're bringing, interesting, thank you. They're bringing septic system water and putting it into our water system. It's like, how in the world could they justify that? I don't believe that is the real Greta Thunberg. This is a weird conspiracy theory that somehow Greta is this guy, Will Poulter. Well, for one, Will's face does not match Greta's face. Yeah, let me show you. Hang on. I've got to get a phone call from someone. I'll get it. Hello? No. Yeah. Go ahead. Can I help you? Yeah. Hello? 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 Okay. Nobody there. Okay, so you're claiming that this girl is this guy. No. That's impossible, and I'll tell you why. Their faces just don't match, for one. And two, it's preposterous to think a 6'2" guy is occupying the body of a 5' girl. So as you try to match these faces, number one, the eyebrows are definitely different. The bridge in the nose area, this area, that's different. The nose is much different. Hers is slightly more pointed like mine. Yeah. And the mouth, the chin area is much more pronounced on this guy. That's a pronounced chin. She has a completely thinner area in here. So wherever you got this theory, there's no way this guy is Greta Thunberg. No. No way. But thanks for sharing, and could you please stop sending that picture? Well, if I did have a glass spray for the enzymes, I'd do it. Could you find me a glass spray bottle? Whoa, what do we have here? Blue glass bottles, misting sprayers. You're right. I should definitely upgrade. You're right. I'm going to do that. Thank you. I can't wait. Now that I know it exists. Mucho gracias. Okay, we've got something that looks like. Yeah, let me pre-screen this. This is from.
Look up! Look up!
We got some sort of a weird phenomenon in the sky above a certain person. I'm just going to take a look at it. Yeah. This is the first time I've looked at this, so I'm watching it with you. It's a submission from a certain person. I'm not going to name who yet.
Look up, boys. It's Jesus giving us a rainbow. Praise Jesus.
Look at that. That is something. Wow. That is weird. That's a circular rainbow around the sun. Yeah, and then if you look deeper into it, you see the image of what appears to be some sort of a, yeah, it looks like a special being, like an angel. Doesn't that look like the face of an angel? Yeah, look at that with the ear and everything. Very possibly it could be something. Yeah, you never know. Very interesting. Okay, moving on. Extreme chemtrails. Let's take a look at that. This we can definitely say is not a rainbow. These are extreme chemtrails. Now, we've shown you some weird, bizarre chemtrail patterns in the past, but this is definitely a massive blow across the sky. You know, I may be spraying plastic on my face without knowing it. You're right. Microplastic. Arizona's working on something.
We're here at Polytech to show you our first field-installed direct air capture machine.
Good. Got something cool coming from Arizona. I don't mind. People making money filtering air is what we want to do. Thanks, Space Shuttle. But man, that is a massive amount of chemtrails in the sky. Look at that, folks. How can you deny climate rape? It's happening right in front of us. So I will, as president, end the chemtrails. I will produce, at the Idaho National Laboratories, we'll be putting together a series of air filtration devices that will be developed specifically for use by people at point of use, as well as smokestack and any type of a serious pollution problem like a muffler. I'm anticipating muffler attachable filter systems for severe cases of diesel pollution. We might be able to retrofit our diesel trucks with urea scrubbers and things like that. But we got to stop the chemtrails. That's essential. This is a bizarre amount of chemtrails. Thank you for that link. Appreciate it. And thanks for the... Thanks for that. Yeah, amazing link. Yep. Wow. Okay, I will watch it later for sure. Whew. It's still going. I mean, look at this. This is like an endless supply of chemicals. Do you still have the green phosphorus slime in your trees that started to happen? No, I don't. For your money, for the record, that turned out to be a laser light show that my neighbor had on his front yard. Yeah. And Sarah helped me with that. She said, Dave, I think that's a laser light show that goes, you know, they do it for Christmas. Yeah, it wasn't some green phosphorus thing like I thought. What do you mean, why does somebody have a more pronounced jaw? She just does. I have a very significant jaw and chin line, yeah. It's significant. It's just not pronounced. I'm not of that particular... In fact, that aspect comes from my mother's side. Whereas my father's side had more of a square jaw like Sarah has. I don't really... No, it's not recessed. Not at all. That's just not true. Are you done watching the chemtrails? Because I think I'm done. Chemtrails over what? Oh, it's on repeat. That's why it kept going. Okay, well, that's a good GIF, if that's indeed what it is. Okay, let's put that away. So what's going on is not a conspiracy theory. It's actually a conspiracy fact. The very people that are secretly dumping chemicals in the sky above us are actually the ones behind Greta Thunberg and her push for climate change legislation. Yeah. That's the reality. So while they're dumping chemicals on our head, right, while they're dumping chemtrails on our head, they're actually wanting to charge us with taxes like cap and trade, carbon point legislation, etc., etc. So here's something like what we just saw, the solar halo. In May of 13th of 2011, a solar halo impresses a crowd at Fatima. The following story shows us that God continues to speak to us through his most perfect creation, Mary. The halo. Yeah. It was a natural phenomenon that occurred rarely in a place, a solar halo. It's a phenomenon. This same thing happened to the same person that we just looked at in front of their house. Isn't that amazing? Wow. Profound. Joe Biden announces a new plan to force Americans to fund abortions. Oh no. See, I'm disagreeing with Biden on a lot of things, especially he wanting to keep marijuana a misdemeanor. What an idiot. He should be embracing legalization. But now he's announcing a new plan to force Americans to fund abortions up to birth. Wow. Like, we should finance women getting abortions that openly, you know, had a child, had sex. If somebody wants to get an abortion and it's their right if they're raped, I don't think it's their right if they're not raped. I think it's a privilege that they need to pay for. Typically, an abortion is going to cost you $568 retail. Do you have the cash? That's the question. You got the cash to abort your baby? Huh? You got mail. Well, you have more pictures for us? Okay, let's watch this image again from this mystery submitter. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this right now. Another look at the halo over. Yeah. Let's get this up. Halo. Let's take a look one more time at this entire clip. We're going to mute it just to take a look at it. Okay, watch the rainbow. Closing in on the rainbow. Not to mention the strange cloud in the background. That's interesting. Wow. And we're looking at the rainbow. And then the finger. Okay. Okay. The top. I'm looking at the top. Yes. The top. This is the top. Was this above the... Oh, and your finger again, yes. Flash chat on Blog TV was the best. Snakes of the sun. So these are snakes coming out of the sun, you say? The tendrils. How do you know that's the cloud coming over? There's a cloud that's coming over the sun. I don't see the snakes. Zooming. Trying to get a better picture here. And your finger, and yeah, there's a little refraction of light from your finger. Okay. Happy birthday. All right, well, thank you for showing me that. Yeah. It does seem like something that's only been replicated around Our Lady of Fatima. So you're doing very well. And this is chemtrails. Got it. Okay, thanks. Dave, the green phosphorus we have in Georgia is real, and it's called foxfire. Here's a link. It grows on our trees, just so you know, sir. Okay, thanks. I didn't realize there was a green phosphorus growing on trees. So ironically, I thought it was a green phosphorus in front of my house one day at Christmas. It turns out it was a laser light show my neighbor had facing into the trees. But check this out. Thank you for your money. The objects, chemicals, and products listed here are all known to emit light via phosphorescence. They are some of the most famous things that glow in the dark. Ooh, fireflies, radium, yeah, plutonium, glow sticks, jellyfish, foxfire. Look at that. Sure enough, it's like a lichen that grows with phosphorus, like bioluminescence exhibited by some fungi. There's a fungus among us, and it's illuminated. Foxfire most often glows green, but a rare red light occurs in some species. You know, Sarah and I were traveling down the highway in our area, and we ran into a picture of Mount Baker in the background. And she said, David, look at that mountain. And I didn't have my camera. She didn't have her camera ready. And we're looking at the mountain, and it was red. And, you know, you'd think you'd be looking at the sunset, and that would be red. But it was red because of all the heavy metals that are sitting in the sky above it, refracting from the sun. There's so many heavy metals in the skies due to the chemtrails that they literally are creating this climate change thing as rapidly as they can. These people that are perpetrating these ridiculous videos with this young girl claiming that she's now the Messiah, or somebody else claiming she's the Messiah, these are the scumbags that want to pollute us. They're dumping it on our heads right now, creating climate change. Okay, so yeah, thanks Lab Sing for that. Could it be? You're right, it could be. Yeah, I don't want to discount that possibility. I'm more than willing to talk about it, yeah. Well, these people worship Lucifer. And I'm not talking about a real Satan. I'm talking about people that worship dark forces because they're so sick and they're so rich that they want to worship dark forces to justify their evil and what they've done. But this is the kind of thing that they're doing, and they're stacking the country's planes with these nozzles that drop this on our heads. You literally cannot dispute that they're creating and retrofitting planes to do this. Hey, Dave, only on third-party channel do we get the honor to view the most obscure yet truth-worthy news and research info available on the web, nowhere else found. Thank you, Dave. Hey, thank you, True Blue. And we wouldn't have this if it wasn't for you link providers.
This video is brought to you by Audible. Whenever we talk about
Okay, so we've got a good video tonight on how to reverse climate change. Okay, I'm looking at technologies that would filter the rivers that are most polluting. There's 10 rivers that dominate the world that dump into the ocean. If we filtered the rivers at the point they enter the ocean, we'd be really right on. This will be a series of ideas that these guys are proposing to reverse climate change. We will definitely feature this tonight. But again, I do not support climate change legislation like carbon point legislation or cap and trade, for the record. Just so you know. Okay, thanks for that link. So Fatima wasn't just a sun halo. Newspaper published testimony from witnesses who said that they had seen extraordinary solar activity, such as the sun appearing to dance or zigzag in the sky. Wow. Okay. Well, there you have it. Over Fatima. No, you're just a homosexual. You should not be bothered. You should live your life freely. Just don't move to Russia, because Russia charges people with a crime if you're gay. Yeah, welcome to America. We don't do that. As long as Donald Trump is around, we will not elect anybody in the military who's transgender, so that's ridiculous. Anybody can come up with an idea, yeah. Anybody can dig a hole. It takes money to fill it in. So Joe Biden wants to force us to pay for abortions. That's ridiculous. Here's a direct air capture machine that's kind of in the vein of what I've been talking about, coming from Arizona State University, Tempe.
What you see behind me is the direct air capture module. and it is retracted into the box. Now it contains the sails that actually do the contacting with the air for the capture of carbon dioxide. So you can see the 3 panels behind me are made up of white leaves, and that's the material that we use to do the air capture of the carbon dioxide. It's an anionic exchange membrane, and it has a strong affinity for carbon dioxide when it's dry, and then when it's wet, it gives the CO2 back again. That's why we move it from inside the box, where we can make it wet, to outside in the air, where it can dry and pick up CO2. Once this cycle is complete, which takes about an hour or so, depending on wind speed, temperature, and humidity, I will retract the sail back into the box and we'll make it wet. Once we make it wet, that air is then extracted from the box, and it has a concentration of roughly 1% CO2, which is then moved over to this device on my left, which we call the carbonator. In that device, we contact that 1% CO2 enriched air with a sodium carbonate solution, where it is converted into a sodium bicarbonate solution. And that's how we store the carbon dioxide that we extract from this box in preparation of generating pure CO2. So now we moved around to the backside of the carbonator. Just behind me on the left, there's a tall silver column there, and that's a thermoreactor column. We heat it up in that reactor column, and by heating that solution, we drive the CO2 off, and it comes off as a pure CO2 stream with a little bit of steam mixed in. That steam is condensed out right up here by this condensation trap, and the CO2 is accumulated in this black tank right here. And then by cascading it through a series of tanks and pumps, we can boost the pressure of that CO2 from 1 psi all the way up to 150 psi. And that's done with this small pump here, with this compressor back here, this medium pressure tank here, and this high pressure tank here.
Wow.
So once the CO2 reaches pressure in this high pressure tank, that's when we can deliver to the customer as a pressurized stream of pure CO2 that's been removed from the atmosphere through direct air capture.
Wow. Fantastic. Now that's true carbon sequestration. I really like that, and that's great. Thanks for the link. Arizona State University is on the ball. They know what they have to do. If we could do that on a mega scale in certain areas like the Tehachapi mountain range in California, we could trap so much CO2 and reduce it and virtually sequester it. I don't need to raise quail, but I appreciate it. I have quail naturally growing in my community of nature. Yeah, I don't eat the quail for that reason. Yeah, I see the quail. I have a bevy of about 15 quail that run through my yard every day, eating my birdseed. And I would not kill any one of them. They're so amazing. I don't want to raise quail. I know there's a lot of people doing it, but I don't really want to kill them. Yeah, it's the whole attitude of killing the animal. I don't mind eating the animal. It's the killing the animal. And you can say that's hypocritical, but I just wasn't raised on snipping the necks off of little creatures. I'm sure they are, but I'm just not ready to start killing my animals that are. I look at my beautiful mecca of safe haven of nature that I have in my yard. I look at my backyard, and today I saw a doe sleeping and resting in my grass. A doe, a deer, a female deer, Reafakala. Yeah, I'm sure I can eat the eggs. But we don't allow eggs in our house. Sarah won't, I can't cook with them. Okay. I'm sure they'd be great. Oh yeah, and very high in protein and naturally low in cholesterol. I'm just not living that natural life. Yeah, with the, yeah. A call. Caller blocked. It was somebody trying to troll our show. Caller blocked. Yeah, anyway, Trump and this Ukrainian thing is going to take over where the Mueller report left off. So thankfully, we've got some news to talk about for the next 6 months. Meanwhile, the mainstream media completely ignores the chemtrails that are dumping on your head. Yes, there have been a lot of foreign students, at least 1/3 of them, asked by the FBI or CIA to spy for them. That's true. In fact, I was the one that told you that at Occidental College, where Barack Obama went, I went the year before, and I didn't go to the college. I just went to orientation, and I walked into the Career Center, and the first sign I saw was this big, huge 5-foot sign that said CIA is looking for recruits. We'll hire immediately. Anyone who speaks Farsi, Indonesian will be getting a job immediately. So so Barack Obama could not have possibly ignored that at the Career Center. He had to have gone to orientation, and he would have seen that. It's more than enough reason to believe that Barack Obama was a CIA plant. And I still believe that he didn't have a birth certificate from Honolulu. That's so ridiculous. It's such a fake, I can't even tell you. And Trump, the fact that he dropped the birther thing shows you and all the QAnoners that Trump is deep state. He's controlled by deep state. They have so much crap on Trump. They've got the sex video of him being peed on or near peed, somebody being peed on, and they've got the money that he owes Deutsche Bank, underwritten by the Russian oligarchs. Tell me about it. They got enough to pull him by the short hairs wherever he goes. Hey, Ivanka, I've got a call from one of my money handlers. I'll be with you shortly. Hello, Ivanka. He has 4 flip phones that the NSA and CIA probably don't have copies of. I'm just guessing. He could have just 1 flip phone. But it's fair to believe that he doesn't have a smartphone, because that's too much listening in. They don't want to be a translator. That's how they reel them in. Oh, I know. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Yes, Zeno, you are a troll. You've been a troll since you started in the show. We remember the 50 times we tried to kick you out and you kept coming back? That's troll activity. You can have egg beaters if you want, sure. They've got the yolk taken out. Well, I'm sure Donald would date his daughter if he wasn't her father. Yeah. But the fact is, Trump is completely in the hand and the pocket of the very powerful elite. And you Republicans that thought he was stopping the deep state, boy, are you completely out of it. Yeah. I'm sorry, but you QAnoners, when I saw Jeffrey Epstein pulled out of that jail cell at the Correctional Institute, Metropolitan Correctional Center, and then given a ride to Epstein Island, where he is located now, doing exactly what he was doing at Orgy Island, and the government not even bothering to check into this, and they believe this ridiculous picture that supposedly is Jeffrey Epstein, they must think we're all complete idiots. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Antifa does a lot of bad things too. You're right.
And let you know there's a now deleted post on an pro-Antifa website. I've got the archive of it, so you guys can look at this. I've got the archive right here. You can see it, where Antifa posted a link from the Puget Sound anarchists where they were bragging about pouring concrete on railroad tracks. Check it out right here. About
parts of it.
Wow. Early in the morning of April 20th, we poured concrete on the train tracks that lead out of the Port of Olympia. This is not far from Tacoma. They said it's to block any trains from using the tracks, and it was about fracking. It was all about fracking.
This is not the first time I've heard. These Antifa groups are really willing to do some crazy things. Today they stopped that old woman from crossing the street. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's pathetic, actually. Just checking on my links. Got it. Good. Okay, it's all locked in place. Good. I'm just concerned that these people who are claiming the end of the world is coming or the sky is falling, it's been going on a long time with the Democrats. Remember this? The world will end in 12 years due to climate change, according to this woman who I seriously doubt if she has a degree in economics, seriously. And then let's not forget Al Gore, the guy who invested in Occidental Petroleum when he was vice president and doubled his money in 1 year and claimed to be a climate control person. He's been saying that for the last 30 years, the same thing. So I'm not. I'm right in the middle. I agree with the Republicans that there is we're entering a cold phase. We're actually entering what is considered a 25,000 year cycle. We're at the beginning of what would be an ice age, but it's going to take 250 years for us to even get into it. Whereas some people think it's happening right away because of all this activity. No. So we're still affected by carbon pollution, and the Democrats are right there on that point. No question about it. Carbon pollution is a big problem, but it's not the cause of it. Is the dead Epstein photographer CIA? Let's take a look. Oh, that's interesting. Conspiracy theories are abounding now after pictures of Epstein have surfaced. How did renowned photographer William Farrington know the dead Jeffrey Epstein would be wheeled out on a gurney at the New York City Metropolitan Correction Center? His photo of a man who does not resemble Epstein, it went viral and is being used as proof the notorious pedophile died in prison as a result of suicide. Looking at this man, he shares an uncanny resemblance to Roger Farrington, a CIA celebrity photographer famed for his work in the Boston area in the 70s. Roger and William wouldn't be related, would they? Huh. Still looking for the picture. I'm not sure what they're alleging, that he was the photographer. Whew. This is a guy who's been used by many different cases. He's been a photographer in key areas. Sure. Yeah, well, if he was the one that took the photograph, and it clearly does not match Jeffrey Epstein. I'll show you the picture. He was laying down, but his nose does not match. His ears do not match. Everything about him doesn't match. You can see the nose has a hook in it, whereas Jeffrey Epstein's doesn't. So it points to something very fishy. So whoever took the picture would be the one, yeah. William Farrington, CIA photographer. Roger Farrington, Clinton's friend. That's a good one. Let me run this too. 28 minutes on that.
Right, hello everyone, this is Enchanted Life Pat TV, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robbie Walters. I'm a freelance writer from upstate New York.
Hey, we'll go ahead and take a look at that. That looks interesting. I just discovered that myself in a search for that info. Thanks for the link, though. Yeah, it does look suspicious. Right, here's a close-up. Hey, Scissor Fight, welcome to the show. Thank you for the link. Let's take a look. Epstein alive versus Epstein dead. Epstein doesn't have a cheekbone. This guy has a cheekbone and it's bruised. Nose is clearly different. Ears are completely different. That's a really good close-up. Thank you. That is a keeper. I'll put that in pictures. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, so clearly there's a cover-up on Epstein, and like Acosta said when he did talk openly, finally said, when he was grilled as to why he gave him such a light sentence when he was a prosecutor in Florida, former Secretary of Labor Acosta said that he was told that Epstein to back off because Epstein was in the intelligence field. So that alone tells you there's something very, very suspicious about the Epstein story. Yeah, that's why I still think he's operating and he's getting dirt on on people. He's probably still inviting people to Orgy Island. I wouldn't doubt it.
So folks, here's what happens. I will call up Terry, the president, because I have to do it myself. I know it's not. I will call up Terry, the president, because I have to do it myself. I know it's not. I know it's not.
Well, it's good he's got CIA to protect him. Excuse me, watch him. It's good he's got Secret Service to protect him. That's what she should have said. Okay. Oh, here's Greta. Yeah. Somebody took a sign that she did and added a meme to it. Let's take a look. And weather modification programs. That's what she should have said. Yeah. Like geoengineering, solar radiation management, and stratospheric aerosol injection. And climate change will stop. That's a great meme. Thank you. That's what I've been saying in the show, and somebody put it in a meme. Awesome. That's a keeper, too. It's a keeper. Yeah, that says it all. Because if she had brought up geoengineering or weather or chemtrails, it would have been great. But she didn't even take the time to talk about the real cause of weather change. It really amazes me. That's good, though. Greta 1. Well, she certainly did make an impact on our society by blaming everyone who came before her. Zeno, you're sounding a lot like Howie. Don't talk about nonsense here. That's nice, but we're not going to allow you to talk about that either. Oh, there you go. Brain chips are being applied to the U.S. military right now. They would allow U.S. military personnel to control vehicles with their minds. Oh, yeah, I'm sure the government would love chipping everybody in the military. And we got a perfectly good idle population that could be easily chipped. A magnetoencephalography of laboratory scientist Mihai Popescu. It points out areas of magnetic activity in the brain on display at the National Intrepid Center of Excellence at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. Scientists from several universities in the United States are conducting experiments on a groundbreaking device that would let its users control machine interfaces with their brains. The U.S. military has shown interest in using a brain-computer interface strip.
Brain-computer interface strip?
Yeah. Who doesn't want to talk about that?
I don't know. Amber just wants to be fed, though.
Oh, of course. The third feeding, of course.
Of course.
And let's not forget the opening of the new can at 11 o'clock for the fourth feeding. She's becoming very finicky.
Finish the can, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. It can be used for controlling other devices, including military equipment. Yeah, I'm sure it could. I'm sure it'll control a lot of things, but do we really want chips in our head when they haven't been long-term studied?
Some people do.
They say 1/4 of the population is willing to be RFID chipped. I don't know if that poll's real. It might be a real poll or not. I don't know. If you're trying to call, you've been blocked because you're already a troll. Hey, KY.
I know. I heard him talking tech from the other room.
All right. I'm going to step out and eat some dinner.
Oh, I believe that. Final Dream. Yes. Gene alteration. CRISPR. Developed by biohackers. Yep.
This is an interesting story. Very weird. A young boy who's autistic is, let me show you here. He doesn't understand 5-year-old autistic boy registered sex offender for hugging one classmate and kissing another on the cheek. This is how confused our society's become. little autistic boy has been considered. He doesn't know whether to kiss somebody or hug somebody. I mean, this is absurd. Wow. What a weird world we have when we're labeling a child who's so confused.
The sun.
Yeah, can we trust the sun?
I don't.
Okay, Sarah doesn't like the sun. I'll be back.
Oh, you want an animal that lives past 2 years on the CRISPR model, and then you'd buy into CRISPR? Yeah. Thanks. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Well, he should hug his mom at home. Oh, sorry. I totally ignored you, Vito. Let me see what you have to say over here. The U.S. has been something. Oh my goodness, what? I don't like that. I totally got rid of what he said. That is a bad thing. That. Why can't I see it? That was ridiculous. Oh, I just changed the screen. I was, oh man. And now I see why I don't like Periscope. Well, free money isn't really free. Some people think money that they don't have to personally work for is free, like money that the government gives them because they're qualified for help, aka welfare or something like that. Okay, but it's not really free. Somebody's paying for it. Well, actually, it's all being printed out of thin air, Lou. Oh, Microsoft hid the use offline account option for installing Windows 10. But there's a way to find it. I just answered your question, Lou. Yeah, nowadays schools do teach you to work for your money. We, the taxpayers, are paying for it with the money that the Federal Reserve printed out of thin air. Am I offline? I don't think I'm offline. But I just went to change my... I just went to expand my screen on Periscope and it got rid of everything I wrote. So I don't understand that. If I write hi, can you guys write hi in Periscope to see if is anyone there? Will I see your chat? If I can't see what you type here, you can go to coolrock.com to chat. Which I don't think I can see what you type there. Oh, Richard Stallman is still head of the GNU project. Isn't it? Am I pronouncing that right? GNU. Yeah, I agree with you. $570, you are right that people have been saying the revolution's gonna happen anytime now, ever since Revelations was written. And yeah, and I also agree that usually autistic, there's a spectrum, but some are definitely shy from contact. A lot are. Oh, Xenu, you know I do it just for you. Thanks for going to work and paying taxes. You love welfare. That's why I do it, just for you. Well, it's really not just for you, but... Yeah, I'm not gonna do that Gold Digger song, Space Shuttle. Yeah, it's not for you, it's for your chickens. Oh. The House subpoenas Giuliani for Ukraine records. Oh, good. I can see Alban code Piedra. I see you entered the room, joined. Can you type something, Alban? Just so I can make sure that what you type is coming through. Are you 16? Yeah, sure, Xenu. You can find anyone attractive. That's not illegal. It would be illegal if you start stalking them and yeah, that would be illegal. He's asking Microsoft to publicly retract that. $5703. Guess 5073 that is trying to chat with somebody named Hell all day. I guess I forgot her name. Anyway, I'm going to give you a tiny bit of advice that my mom just said, which is I refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. And I'm not saying that I refuse to have a battle of wits with you, obviously. I'm just giving you that, just that little tidbit. And, you know, or, yeah. And the other thing, my dad sometimes said, if you don't stand for anything, you'd stand for something, you'll fall for anything. But my mom is totally weird, and I love her. My dad is a little strange too, and I love him. And that's why I love my weird, strange self. But yeah, exactly. I know it's difficult because, like, you know, you can't change someone's mind. And once you realize, like, there's certain people, I like to think I'm one of them, that are open-minded and open to debate. And yes, that's it. Period. There are some people that are not open-minded. That you could just, like, wait, 1 + 1 = 2. And they'll look at you like, 7? 23? 51? I literally had a student like that the other day. So I pulled out the counters. I don't know who David's running mate is in 2020. Slow down. Why is he moving too fast? Happy hour. I think you know David long enough to answer that question for yourself. Okay. You love me? I was gonna say I love you too, but I don't know you, so... I love the digital persona you put forward. Maybe not. I've read Revelations as well. Hell, all day. I did. Oh, I literally did. And the first 5 books of the Bible. Hated numbers. Oh my goodness, all those begats and I'm sorry. I don't want to know everybody that I'm not really related to. Wait, according to the Bible, I'm related to all of them. So no, I still don't want to know them. There's some people that aren't that distant that I don't want to know. So anyway, yes, I know about Lot. You think it's ironic that I find other people closed-minded? Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right. No, you weren't talking to me. Got it. You know, the 4 Gospels, they're pretty good. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But, you know, as long as you take it as a perspective of, like, a journal. And I do like journals. I like writing my own journal. By who, Misanthropy? By who? And according to the Bible, that would be the Antichrist. Misanthropy said Sarah Greta was declared the successor to Jesus. No, I know. I get the whole confusion thing. It's easy to cross the streams in chat. Got it. It's hard. It's very difficult to read sarcasm in chat. And one of the reasons I like David is he's very sarcastic. And then, so I was talking to this person. I was dating David early on, and I was like, yeah, I like your sarcasm. Because not everybody gets sarcasm. And I guess maybe sometimes I'm like sarcastic like that. And anyway, I talked to someone who was like, sarcasm is anger. Can you see my sarcasm about the idea that sarcasm is anger? Possibly. Anyway. You've never heard this story of Lot? Well, the big story is Lot's wife. The long story or the short stories, you know? Okay. Yes, I can. Oh, disgust. Yeah, that's what I thought, Master Meatball. Oh, I like it, 5703. And I am not really into haiku, but I like that haiku. All right. Long story. Okay. There was a city that was totally corrupt. Basically, everybody was doing everyone all the time. There was gays, there was every perversion you can think of was happening in the city. By the way, the word sodomy comes from the name of the city, Sodom. Sodom and Gomorrah. All right, just saying, everybody was doing everybody. Then, wait. Abraham, I believe. I'm trying to get it all right, but this is like, Abraham had a cousin named Lot. And Lot was living in the city, but he actually he wasn't doing everybody. He was like, forget it. I'm like pious and gonna worship God and all that good stuff. Well, then an angel went down, like the city was getting bad. It was like too perverse to even think about. So Like, you wouldn't even want to go there. All right. So then God sent an angel to say, hey, Lot, you're a cool dude. You worship me and all that, so you better leave town. Take your family with you, because you've brought up your kids right. They're not doing everybody. And so the angels came to town and was trying to warn Lot. Meanwhile, all the perverse people were like, hey, who's that stranger you got visiting you? They look kind of cool. I'd like to do them. Like, talking about the angels that way. And Lot's like, don't touch the angels. They're so good. Why not? I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to do what I want with the angels. Forget you. All right, but then Lot's like, no, don't touch the angels. Here's my daughters instead. Weirdo. Why would he give up his daughters like that? I don't know. All right. The angels are like, dude, Lot, we are burning this town to the ground. You got to get out of here. We'll go with you. We're going to take you out of here, and we are done with this town. It's going to be gone. Now, do you want to stay here and burn to CRISPR? Not CRISPR. I just added that because we were talking about CRISPR earlier. Or do you want to live? All right, and Lot's like, yes, God, I want to live, yo, G. And he said, okay. Everything's cool. I don't want to become a priestess, Misanthropy. Xenu asked me to tell me the story. All right, moving on. So he said, there's one thing, Lot, though. When we leave, you better not look back. Don't even think about looking back at that town, because it is going to be destroyed. Don't even look. Don't even glance. Because if you do, something bad will happen to you. Well, so they're heading out of town. They're going up the mountain. Lot's wife, Lot's daughters, the angels, and his wife. He's like, okay, daughters, don't look back. Come on, wife, don't look back. His wife turned around, and she turned into a pillar of salt. And Lot's like, oh, well, maybe she was behind him, so maybe he didn't say anything. He just kept on going. But that is the story of Lot and his wife. Why salt? Because religion is the way to explain the unexplainable in culturally relative terms. And they wanted to explain certain pillars of rock and salt exist out in the middle of, like, whoa, how'd that happen? That's what happened. And they want to, like, control people and say, don't be doing everybody. Well, Misanthropy, it's Sarah's interpretation of the story of Lot in the Bible in modern words. The wife gets turned to salt. Then the daughters get Lot, their dad, drunk. Oh, yes. Oh. Master Meatball said I left out so much. True. Did the daughters get Lot, their dad, drunk and do him before or after they left Sodom and Gomorrah? I can't remember that part. Because I was like, I don't want to think about that. That's disturbing. That's too disturbing for me. Oh, they left and they were in a cave and they got their daughters drunk. All right. That's where the term salty came from. Well, according to the Bible, the daughters had sex with him, got him drunk, and then had sex with him because he didn't have his wife. I don't know. And yeah, I agree with you, Master Meatball. The Bible is quite disturbing, especially the part where they're like, slaves, do what your master says because God wants you to do what your master says. I mean, talk about control. I'm sorry, but I'm so not religious. That's just so messed up, Master Meatball. They wanted their Lot to have an heir, a son. Okay, you say, are we not all slaves to someone? I don't know. I know, isn't she funny? She's just meowing all the time now. I don't know. There are some people that are total takers, and they are not slaves to anyone, and they are just takers. So what do you call those people? How are they slaves? They are takers out there. I mean, I'm a giver, but well, the whole thing about the dinosaurs is they thought they could swim, and you know, so there are certain ones like the blue whale. I know, ever since you got back from the trip. I know, I shush her too. Like, please stop, I say to her. Stop your whining. Odin, what did Odin say? What happened? Did you miss something? Sarah, I summed up the story of Lot and Lot's wife. Because Zeno's like, I never heard this story. My mom read to us, and like a lot of the things she'd read, well, my mom was really nice. She would read to us, but instead of reading like Winnie the Pooh and Tigger 2, she read to us like, she did read some books that were good, but she read to us like, oh, I'm going to read to you. I'm going to read to you from the Bible. I'm going to tell you about Lot and Lot's wife. And then other books I read, like the first 5 books of the Bible. I think that one's in there too. My mom was religious, but the last time I saw her, my mom's like, I don't know about this religion anymore. Sorry, Mom, but I love you. Well, she's like, you know, why is God like, there's so much wrong in the world, and yet, like, how is God letting all this wrongness, like, happen? So she's really like questioning everything, but it's taken her a while to get here. Well, according to the Bible, we're all direct descendants of Noah because the earth flooded and he was the oldest guy at the time, and everybody that was with him was like related to him, so we're all descendants of Noah. And don't you remember that children's song? Well, you probably don't if you didn't go to church. I am Father Abraham, had many sons, and many sons had Father Abraham. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's all praise the Lord. Father Abraham, it goes on and on and on. God just wants to be loved, so he puts us through things, so we turn to him and ask for help and say, I love you. Maybe that's why God's like not putting me through a lot of it, anything. Well, maybe I went through it all already, because I have been through a lot.
Did you do the Beach Boys song, Bar, 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 Red?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I heard it from the other room.
And no, I was singing actually a religious song.
Oh, I see. I thought it was a surfing song.
I will ban myself for the rest of the evening for singing a religious silliness. I don't know if David like knows the whole story of Lot. I think that's horrible that they... What happened to Lot's daughters? Did they get killed? Master Meatball, I never knew. I think I stopped after like... I mute my mic, it is like you're muted in another way. Like unless I mute. Oh, or I'm muting my my tapping on the keyboard. Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt, but he and his daughters escaped to Zoar and end up living in a cave in the mountains. His daughters both got pregnant. I have not yet begun to mock. Okay. The older daughter gave birth to Moab. The younger daughter gave birth to Ammon. They may have feared that they were the last humans on Earth and wanted to preserve the human race.
Hey. Cut it out. God, it's the CBD oil. It makes her think she's like a young cat. She runs around. She nearly tripped me in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So I'm walking forward. She's like, boom. Right in front of me.
I know. I'm sorry that she does that.
Yeah, just crazy. I was like, I had no idea she was there. It's like, boom. She just wants more attention. They get more needy when they get older. This is, yeah. I made a nice lunch for you, so it's in the refrigerator.
Thank you.
Cool. Right. We're still talking about Lot and the Lot he was in.
Well, I did talk about Lot
and
quite
Moab,
a bit.
now the kingdom of Moab.
Okay, I was just looking up that. I agree with the Bible has some messed up stories.
Well, Hell All Day was talking about Gog and in Magog, and I'm going Gog and Magog, and there's actually biblical references to Gog and Magog. It's like, wow, this just gets deeper and deeper. Welcome to Bible Study and Conspiracy Theory 101.
Is it M-O-G-O-G?
Yeah. Yeah. The Gog-Magog Hills are currently a place in Jerusalem.
A serial flasher is terrorizing woman. Wait. Oh, this is Google News. I didn't want Google News.
I'm not here to talk about... No, I'm not here to talk about Ashkenazis or any other Sephardic Jews, any other type. You know, I like Jews, and I'm very happy with the history that we share, and historically the Judeo-Christian faiths tend to, share a lot of common history, but it is important to know that, to Christians that the Jews, by and large, look down upon them as being inferior. And I think that's something we should always look at. It's important to note that's very, very significant. Yeah, and no one wants to feel inferior or looked down upon. Yeah, I do. I like Jews. I do. I've always had an affinity towards Jewish people. They're so expressive, and I remember meeting a Jewish woman in college, and I could see the histrionics in their activity. It's very interesting. They're very, very theatrical.
Passionate,
theatrical. Yeah. No, those are Ashkenazis you're referring to.
Okay.
Not Jewish people. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for helping and being so supportive and giving everybody some you time. Some you time. Yeah, so I put that together, and I did feed her, but she's recovering from her head injury with my foot. It's like, yeah, you're walking in my foot, cat. We have a Kissinger biography? Really? That's sad. Okay, let's take a look. By the time that Henry Kissinger was made Secretary of State in 1973, he had become, according to the Gallup poll, the most admired person in America and one of the most unlikely celebrities ever to capture the world's imagination. Yet Kissinger was always reviled by large segments of the American public. It's really a new world order. Well, thank you, Henry. Appreciate that. Yeah, no wonder. Could we talk about something more boring and disturbing than Henry Kissinger? Because he just doesn't hit the top of the scale. I don't need a running mate right now. I'm not concerned about running mates. It's still too early in the race. It was funny. Oh, that's why you brought it to me? Okay. Are we here to talk about the Bible? Is this Conspiracy 101 or is this Bible Study 102? I didn't know that we had to do that here. Blesseth you with... You know, they're grooming this young lady's sister to be a new phenom. Meet Beta Ehrman Thunberg, the next wave of Thunbergs to grace the world with their climate concerns. This young 13-year-old has expressed herself in her own native language, which we do not understand. I'll play a little of it.
Jag har bjudit in Beata Ehrman och ni ska få träffa henne. Hon är klädd helt i rött, precis som superhjälten som jag får vara med. Och det som är intressant i den här boken, lika mycket plats. Var det så?
Ja.
Hur kändes det då?
Papper och så stod det liksom en berättelse om mig och det var liksom som att jag kände igen mig.
So we're looking at another wave of Thunbergs. The theatrical family has had grandfathers, fathers, even their great-great-great-grandfather actually created the greenhouse effect theory in 1897. So it's a long family of zealots and actors that have been used as pawns in this effort by the elitists to somehow blame all of the problems of the world on you, when they themselves are the ones dumping chemicals in the sky above us, as evinced by this picture here, which I can go live frame and give you a real display of chemtrails in the sky. That is ridiculous. That's just not true. There you go. Yeah. Orbs killing chemtrails, yes. Chemtrails in the sky. Yes. Look at those. What are those things? Yeah. Watch the edge detection on full alert. Look at the things that are flowing through the sky with the chemtrails. Take a look at this. You might be interested in this too, Oma. Look at these things. Look at how many there are. Now these are only seen through a certain camera footage or certain exposure. But look at those things. What are they? Orbs killing chemtrails? We don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. Yeah, those are weird things that have been seen in the sky right around chemicals. Hey, KY. They look like orbs. Yeah, they're like floating balls. Not like drones, mind you. We have one on staff here at the studio at all times taking video pictures of us in 3D. Yes. Someday I'll have an orb sitting around me and it'll just follow me around. Yeah, they already have them. They track you. But these are drones, not orbs. Yeah. We're still wondering how orbic technology works, and since the government won't even talk about it, oh well. Hey, now back to reality. CBS is stopping the sale of certain Zantac generic version amid an FDA investigation. Yeah, this is happening. Heartburn medication has possible traces of a known carcinogen. Yeah. Are they really poisoning us? I mean, what's going on? It's very nefarious. You got to wonder, what the hell's happening right here in River City? Yeah, are they poisoning the world? Just, oh, we're pulling that product that's been popularly used by your family members for the past 20 years. Oh, yeah. And of course people buy generic to save money, you know. Well, I guess the story's not coming. Or if it is, it's taking forever. Let's go to the NBC News studios and talk to Tom Brokaw. Tom, how are you?
I'm sorry, Dave. Well, NBC News, Nightly News, has been canceled for...
Yeah, apparently this is non-go. No-go on the Zantac warning. But yeah, they're pulling a generic form of Zantac off the shelf because they're worried about carcinogens. Nice, thanks. Thanks for the wake-up call. A little better than late than never, right? You have proof one appeared, came downward, then disappeared by the slivered moon. Wow. You've seen things like that, huh? Hell all day. Wow. Okay. That's the hand signal of okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what this is.
To Barry in Ukraine for us, Roxana, thank you very much.
Okay, we now go to our next feature film, Nepotism Express. Coming up in the next few minutes. If you want to catch the next showing, feel free to hang out. The Nepotism Express is taking off. Well, Biden and the other guys, you know, everybody in the family making the move. A lot of people are still upset about Beto O'Rourke. What happened with him in the old days. Beto was arrested. And he married a woman who has $12 billion, her family does. That's how he became kind of a national success. But he has a criminal record of burglary and driving while intoxicated. So you can wonder why people are so upset, especially considering, you know, he wants to take away their guns. As evinced by this.
Hell yes, we're gonna take your AR-15, your AK-47.
Welcome to the rice fields, mother.
Drop it. We're gonna take your AR-15, your AK-47.
Welcome to the rice fields, mother.
Drop it.
You know, I don't want to play the violent portion of this because the negative aspects, I'm not here to endorse automatic weapons, okay? But you can see how the reaction among people around the world has been very traumatic. People don't want their weapons taken away, Beto. You can take your leftist mentality and go stick it wherever you found it. But we don't need a burglar, a person who it was in a hit and run accident to tell us we don't need a gun. I mean, my God, do you want us to disarm so you can rob our houses? What the hell's wrong with you, Beto? Hey, who names their kid Beto? What's his real name? Julius or something? Bruce. I think it's Bruce. Yeah. He just wouldn't want to be called... What is Beto's real name? Does anybody know? I think it's George. Robert Francis O'Rourke. Yeah, Robert Francis. You'd think he'd like that name, you know? But he purposely changed it to Beto. Robert Francis, thank you. It reminds me of that Francis guy played by Kevin Spacey. Yeah. That's another, yeah, possible gay blade, really. Chemtrails in those trees. Sounds like a romance song. Chemtrails in the trees, romancing lung tissue. Chemtrails in the trees, decaying brain matter. Whoa, look at that. amazing nanoparticles clinging to the trees. See what I mean? These aren't spider webs, people. That's pretty cool, Steve-O. This is from the HAARP report. This is from 2015. Thanks. Wow. I'm glad you brought this to our attention. Now, this is not conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy of fact. Wow. I believe it. I'm a believer. Yes, I believe it. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot to convince me. 1 minute and 23 seconds of fibers in the trees. Yeah, nanofibers will form on their own too. They're not living, they simply lock and interlock mechanically using non-living electromagnetic connections, much like a computer is a non-living entity, yet has electrical systems operating within it. Okay, so look at the Nepotism Express here. We've got Vice President Joe Biden and his son Hunter at a street dedication ceremony in the village of Sarajevo, Kosovo in 2016. He was there with his dad the whole time doing business. Yep. But this is the guy that wrote about the Bidens and Ukraine years ago. Then the right-wing spin machine turned the story upside down. I posted this earlier. It's a really good read. And I read some of it yesterday in our show, but it goes on to talk about the very fact that Biden really was investigating corruption. It just so happens his son was being targeted by this particular prosecutor. So the Democrats have a logical argument that, that there wasn't, any direct connection, theoretically, if he was going after corruption, much the way Trump said he's going after corruption with this recent attempt by many Ukrainian officials to get info on Biden, the dirt that he'd used in the election. Okay. But it is obvious that Biden used his power and influence to get his son a job just after he was kicked out of the Navy for possession of cocaine. So it's very suspicious, the Nepotism Express. Let's not kid ourselves. Biden is definitely on it. A Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office.
Breaking news. President Trump has now sued his longtime accounting firm and the New York District Attorney in an attempt to stop his tax returns from being released.
Kara Scannell joins us now with the details.
Wow.
Look, we knew that this was likely coming after Cy Vance's office subpoenaed Mazars for all of this information earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, this is really not unexpected, especially when you look at the president's general approach to any subpoenas, whether it's from the House Democrats or from the New York District Attorney's office here to try to gain access to both the accounting records, his taxes, and his financial records. So this was not that unexpected. But they're suing here today saying that this is an unconstitutional subpoena because even though it's a grand jury subpoena coming from the Manhattan District Attorney's office, saying it's unconstitutional because you can't have a criminal investigation of a sitting president. And so they're asking the judge that will eventually get this case to throw it out and say that this has to be essentially put on pause until the president's out of office.
So this is
It's a low blow tactic that lawyers do it all the time to stop the movement of a file. And they're using it every means possible to now have him sue his own attorneys so that they lock down the entire access to any files to anybody else in any other court. This is really weird. It shows how far Donald Trump will go to hide those tax returns for us. So as Americans, we have to simply ask, what is he hiding? Anybody? What's Donald Trump hiding in his tax returns? Does anybody know? Is anybody out there? Wow, Michelle is a very, very big woman. Yeah. When she was on a book tour, she was standing with a very famous lady here. Look at this. The Michelle Obama that I know is not exactly a woman. She's a dude.
Or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain. I'm telling you, these people, white folk, they have had it. They've had it. And they can't take it no more.
Now you have to ask yourself, were we really deceived by Michelle Obama when she did this? Look at this hanging appendage. Take a look at that. And you tell me, have we been lied to? I say resoundingly yes, we have. I'm looking at something there in the pant area in the middle that just does not in any way look like a woman, okay? And I mean W-O-M-A-N, woman. I'm looking at a dude. Now, I'm a little concerned that our country's been lied to so many times that the Right Reverend Manning is starting to make sense.
And who can blame them?
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Manning, and thank you for the Michelle picture of a lifetime. Yeah, all right, man. Okay, moving on. Greta Thunberg under fire from far left for being white. Whoa, chat room celebrity. More Greta Thunberg interviews coming out as...
Environmental activist Greta Thunberg has been criticized and insulted and belittled. And of course, the defense from the left is often, how dare you insult a child? How dare you attack a child? No, hold on. First, if you enter a public forum for public debate, expect to be treated like an adult or any other person in that debate. But Jeremy Clarkson has decided to actually treat her like a child, calling her a spoilt brat. He's basically arguing that she's getting everything she wants. Now, of course...
Okay, we're going to stop that because it's going a little too fast, and I'd rather not comprehend at twice the average speed. So we'll play that back at a lower speed very shortly, to the point where it can hardly be heard. Hey, back to you in the studio. Hey, the Anunnaki are hanging out. Hey, Stubu, what's going on? Are you an Anunnaki representative? Dave, play Larry Sinclair. Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that. Jeez. Every single night we get these people wanting to see this homosexual claim he had fellatio with Barack Obama. Yes, he was very proud because he did. He did have fellatio with him.
Obama then... where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine. After which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Don't adjust your dial. You're about to enter another time zone. A time zone of Donald Trump. Enter Donald J. Trump, 2-bit con man, television huckster, a denizen of gaudy casinos and smoke-filled back rooms, who conned himself into the biggest job of all. He is our guide to a new realm you won't find on any map, a world of his own creation, where words like truth and lie no longer have meaning, where man's darkest instincts are given license, and where things like human decency and tolerance are relics of a bygone day. Case in point, Mr. Donald Trump, a man with one foot in his mouth and the other in the Twilight Zone. Wow, that was intense. Yeah. Thank you, and thanks for the link. Perfect timing. Trump's campaign has dropped more than 1 million on Facebook ads in counter-impeachment push. Wow. Okay, bring it on, man. I mean, it just keeps coming. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it, dude. It's a story of Trump campaign. It drops more than 1 million on Facebook ads in a counter-impeachment push. Wow, this is amazing.
Appears to be on a fast track.
Wow.
This week, the House Intelligence, Foreign Affairs, and Oversight Committees have set hearings and depositions with several key players On Wednesday, former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, who was abruptly removed from her post in May, and on that phone call with Ukraine's president, Trump said the career diplomat was bad news. Thursday, it's Kurt Volker, the State Department envoy to Ukraine, who resigned Friday after the whistleblower complaint revealed that he facilitated contacts between Rudy Giuliani and Ukrainian officials. Friday, it's Michael Atkinson, the intelligence inspector general who reviewed the whistleblower complaint, finding it both credible and of urgent concern. Friday is also the deadline for Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to turn over documents. What we still don't know is when exactly the anonymous whistleblower will testify before Congress. Chairman Schiff told me very soon, but the whistleblower's attorneys say no time or date has been set. I want to bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, for more on this right now. So we see elements of the White House defense strategy coming into play. A lot of lashing out at opponents, at Joe Biden. But it also seems like they're moving back towards this idea that their strongest defense would be that there was no explicit quid pro quo in the phone
Right. I think you're going to see two prongs here. One is going to be sort of led by the president, maybe led by Rudy Giuliani, which is attack, attack, attack. Then number two, I think, is going to be a more legalistic defense, which is going to be to say that there was never an agreement in place. There was never a quid pro quo. There was never a demand specifically. The problem with that is twofold. Number one, is a legal matter. You don't need a quid pro quo. To have a campaign finance violation, all you need is the solicitation, the asking, the request. That in and of itself could be determined to be a crime. And number two, for impeachment, you don't even need to have a technical violation of a statute. I mean, we talk, for example, about abuse of power. That's not a specific violation of a crime, but that has been determined in the past to be an impeachable offense.
And as we see by that schedule I just outlined, we're really just the beginning of this process. We have no idea what we don't know as this begins.
Right. So all we can start with today is we've got the Ukraine issue. You got to see if they bring up any of the Mueller issues. But with all these witnesses that are going to come forward, there's always the potential to get more information, more questions. I mean, you even look at the Washington Post story that clearly emerged from what we learned today about this notion that in a 2017 conversation with the Russians, the president may have minimized significantly election interference. And remember, Robert Mueller indicted 24 Russians for that crime. So imagine the idea of the president basically saying criminal conduct doesn't matter. I mean, could that be deemed to be impeachable? Look, anything in theory can be impeachable. The question becomes, does the Congress want to move forward with an impeachment proceeding on that?
And even if the House does move forward with impeachment, even if there's a majority for impeachment, no guarantee that there will be a Senate trial.
Well, that's right. There are two avenues here. Number one is they could make a motion to dismiss in the Senate, which requires a majority, and that could just
end. So if Republicans hold together, that's it.
They could end it. The other thing is they could just delay. I mean, remember what happened in 2016 with President Obama's selection for a Supreme Court nominee? It had always been the case that the Senate would at least take it up. And they decided, no, we're just not going to even vote on it. Is it possible they could delay long enough not to vote? Depends when it comes forward.
And what the public opinion is like at that time.
Yep.
Dan Abrams,
thank you. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if Donald Trump runs a campaign to stop impeachment on a television or on Facebook with $1 million going in different directions. He's reaching into desperado land. Desperado, why don't you stop over-advertising? It's like me lady doth protest too much. Donald Trump is constantly saying his mantra, it's all fake news, it's all a Russian hoax. And now he's saying it's all Ukrainian hoax, it's all a Democratic ploy. You know, it's just, we're getting tired of the same old answers from Trump when other people are raising solid questions. And like that guy just said, 29 different indictments? That's a trail of tears for Donald Trump. He's looking more and more guilty every day, and as long as he continues to keep the IRS, 10 years of IRS statements that he himself said, oh, I'll gladly show you 10 years of my IRS, no problem. He said that. Because he said that, he is definitely a liar. No matter what he says now, he's definitely a liar. I don't care what kind of a Trump-tard you are, or how many retardicans we have in the room, or how many Democrats we've got in the room. But we're here to realize that we've got corruption in both parties. And the Republicans are right about the Democrats being corrupt to the core. I agree. But the Democrats are right that Donald Trump is pursuing Russian oligarch money left and right and probably not trustworthy as our nation's leader. And now the worst of all things, Donald Trump tweets publicly that he believes that it'd be Civil War II if he were to be impeached. I mean, this guy really puts himself on a pedestal, and he's willing to throw the American people and our peace as a nation under the bus so that he can somehow grandstand us and wow us with his lies until we somehow kowtow to his lies and say, no, we're not going to pursue all these leads into Russian oligarchs, into obstruction of justice, which are solid leads, like Dan McGahn, who he refuses to allow to testify what he said to Mueller, that Trump ran around asking how he could fire Mueller all the time, which is obstruction of justice. Am I right? Yeah, Dave, you're right. Bah. Hang on, we've got a bah for you.
Look at all the brain dead sheeple. Look at all the brain dead sheeple. Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the...
I'm sorry, I cannot play more than this. Otherwise, they'll monetize me, and then they'll realize, oh my God, you got that guy on there. We're gonna take you down, dude. But luckily, I met and comply with the 23-second law on that. I'll play that later after the show. Thanks, Scissor Fight. I'll put it in our lineup. That's really cool. PK has been fighting everybody. He's been censored like no other online. The only reason why I'm not censored is because... Thank you, Eric. The only reason why I'm not censored is I'm not in any way tagging my videos with anything seriously disturbing. And I'm not going after subscribers. I basically realized I was heavily censored. My hit counters were locked 8 years ago. And I went from 20,000 hits down to 20 in one day when that happened. Yeah, I've heard that ploy before. Your brother's aerospace engineer story, that's the third time you've done it in the show, Zeno. Yeah. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I am wearing my cool shades now that it's evening. The best time to wear shades is in the evening. Oh, yeah, well, the government, you can call the government whatever you want, but to commit heresy against the Bible, I will not permit that in this show, sir. We'll have to say a prayer against you. We got commies. We got commies on the left. We got reactionaries on the right. How about those libertarians that now can't vape because Donald Trump turned a blind eye to the reality that vapors are helping their lungs, whereas cigarette smoking is not. Now that Trump has gone against the vapors who are libertarian, those Make America Great Again guys are going to be a little bit pissed at Trump in the upcoming election. Well, I can tell all of you libertarians, I will not do what Trump did. I won't ban anything. I promise you that. He's acting like a communist, like a dictator, banning vape cigarettes. And now, 7 states are following up? Almost all of them are Democrat because they ran out of the cigarette tax that they were getting from the cigarette sales that were declining because people were vaping. Yeah, like Groucho Marx, you know. People are walking around our area with these vaporizers, and they're blowing steam out of the vaporizer. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what I don't know if it's THC or fruity vapes. I don't care, but you know they're going to be buying bootleg vapes very soon. I wouldn't doubt there'll be people running around, areas, public areas, going cigars, cigarettes, vaporizers, bootleg vaporizers. Dave, my brother, who is an aerospace engineer, agrees with chemtrails, but he wants to see your blimp plane idea. Well, of course, we will certainly go there immediately and entertain your brother with the blimp plane. The blimp pack was developed by me. In 2009, I went to the Beyond Oil expedition in Microsoft Studios at their actual location at Microsoft. They were conducting a meeting with Boeing officials and other energy experts. And I presented the idea to Boeing, and 1 year later, they started their hybrid program. Yeah, isn't that amazing? the Boeing hybrid blimp, which is not like this. This utilizes, thank you, Sausage, this utilizes the amazing vast quantity of old blimps that we have sitting around that could easily be converted into something that can be flown around with seating capacity for up to 200 people, including sleepers, living areas, and of course the vape lounge. The infamous vape lounge I created. The concept, thank you. Have you heard of the Prometheus Project? TruthStream? No, definitely. TruthStream Media has the Prometheus Project tonight. Thanks for that. I will add it to the link library. This is the thing. Yeah, I'm giving all of you an opportunity to look at the future, because I'm not, as a president, going to sit around and watch all these old, beautifully engineered planes go to waste. We're going to make sure we make maximum use out of the fuselage that's sitting out there in Nevada and Arizona. So every one of these, the hulls, the primary aluminum-based frames can be reused, and introducing the amazing blimp plane. It goes from LA to New York for only $100, one way, and provides you the amazing ability to travel in style. At the back of the plane, yes, thank you. At the back of the plane, we'll be retrofitting a vape lounge, which will have a vaporizer system. Anyone doing vaporizing, it'll have a humidor where you can walk in and actually experience the aromatic high of a little THC and some pleasant natural smells. And everything will be completely within the confines of the back of the plane, so that none of the filtered air in the primary area of the plane will be in any way affected. And yes, we will be blowing out and out vaping some THC in the back. So if you are following the blimp plane at a slow speed, you may get high if you're in a Piper Cub. All right, little spurts of THC will be coming out of the back end, and you'll be going, dude, I'm like totally high. Oh. So don't fly a small Piper Cub behind the vape plane. That's right, the blimp plane is now the vape plane. David, I hope you're ready. Mark has money and crooked lawyers. What are you talking about? I'm not pushing vapor. I'm talking about THC vaporizers. Yeah. Yeah, we're not in any way affecting anything he's doing. No. We have a right to a political view that vaporizers themselves are very beneficial for people who smoke marijuana. Yeah. It's the same thing you said the past 3 times, you know, the exact same chat. Are you cut and pasting it from your 3 other times in the room? No, presidential candidates never get drug tested. No. I've never heard of such a thing. No. Anyway, the possibility of putting parachutes on these things exists. Yeah, no, I'm not endorsing. No, I'm talking about THC vaporizers, not fruity. Yeah, that's on you, man. Yeah, THC vaporizers actually benefit a lot of the people that buy dabs, and these are products that are still readily available in the market. The utility of a vaporizer is simply designed to get rid of the resin that you would normally get when you smoke marijuana. I have yet to see any lawsuits presented by anybody over vaporizers that use THC. I'm not a representative, no. I have blue hairs on my face? Really? Oh, you're right. I've been drawing, yes, I was working on a goatee in blue. Yeah, I definitely think the bootleg stuff should be pulled off the market. Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. You know, the government should have stepped in with the vaporizer laws and done something to prevent that from happening. Thanks. But they didn't. And that's, I believe, partly due to the fact that things that often go out unregulated at first often become a problem later on. I know, and they could have in 10 years come up with solutions for bootleg products. You know, allowing products into the country that are tainted with cyanide or whatever, it poses a big risk. And there's also that risk of a certain pesticide used with the, a certain pesticide that's used with, hang on, the growing of marijuana. The pesticide is myclobutanol. It goes by the category Eagle 20. That causes, that normally can be sprayed on food products and doesn't pose that big of a risk, but when put on a marijuana leaf and burned or melted, as in the case of derivatives, yeah, they can get contaminants of cyanide in there. So there should be regulations up front on organic production of all marijuana. I do not want anyone to smoke nicotine-related products officially. I do not endorse the idea of smoking nicotine-related products, personally. But I also don't believe in banning everything that's out there, like Trump is doing. Oy vey, 5G is in Israel. And Israel, not only the only country seemingly spared from geoengineering. Wow. How weird is that? Thanks, Scissorfight. I didn't realize that Israel is avoiding geoengineering.
Hi, everyone. I so hope this works. Okay. I want to thank all of you for your support that you dropped underneath my video that I posted last night.
Good. Never Lose Truth is really actively talking about the 5G effects on radio frequencies and their interaction with heavy metals. And she made the point that Israel is not hit with chemtrails hardly at all. That's a really good piece that she's done. She's done some good investigative work. Thank you. That's why I put her link down in my chemtrailparty.com site on the link page. You can get to her video at that location because she is so thorough. I do have a lot of respect for her efforts in looking up simple facts like Israel's not getting sprayed. How about that? I'll look at that later tonight. Thank you. Yeah, so it's a little bit disconcerting to realize that a lot of the people who still cling to Donald Trump's, support, despite the fact that he won't show his tax returns, I believe you should adhere to a new rule. If you can listen to Trump speak without thinking he sounds like an idiot, then you're an idiot. I think that's a really good rule to live by. It's a rule of thumb. If you really believe that Trump is stopping the deep state, you're deeply flawed. Your mind is completely lost. He didn't prosecute Barack Obama on the birth certificate issue, which my issue I brought up early on in 2008. I was the birther candidate. I'm the blackface candidate who put myself out there and showed people how corrupt he was, Obama. Trump won't prosecute Elizabeth Warren. He won't go after her. When it was my idea to get the DNA test done her, he claimed it was his, and then called her Pocahontas and then trivialized the whole thing. And when she did get half of 1% Native American in her bloodstream, in her DNA, he didn't even pursue a case against her. He won't prosecute her. Another example of how he's deep state. He won't prosecute Ilhan Omar for marrying her brother, a homosexual brother, to become a U.S. citizen. What's with that? And he certainly hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton. So please get off your high horse, you retardicans, and stop believing in QAnon and all this bull crap that Donald Trump is stopping the deep state. That is a complete con job created by the CIA. That's my theory, that the CIA developed QAnon along with Anonymous to splinter and factionalize anybody who's making good sense of how corrupt our government really is. And God forbid you think about chemtrails and then say, oh, like Xenu did tonight, oh, Dave, you sound like you're one of those stupid flat earthers, which he was at one time. That's because you guys are watching flat earth videos on UFO websites. Oftentimes these are created by the government. Allied Signal Corps has an entire division of U.S. Army officials sitting there making up websites every day that have reptilians and chemtrails on them to divert your attention. That's what I heard. I don't think Obama had any power, really. I don't think he had the will of the people, but he didn't really use it. I mean, he didn't move it in any direction other than Obamacare. He didn't solve the environmental crisis with the Gulf of Mexico spill. It was atrocious. All he did was spray Corexit on it and buried it with benzene coming out of the ocean. He never really tackled big business or big corporate industrial waste. Obama gave you guys a line of crap. Well, let's be clear. We're going to take care of that. We're going to have make sure while he was having sex with a transgender in the God knows where. And I don't mean Michelle Obama. Yeah. There's a conspiracy theory that Obama and Michelle actually did a threesome video with another transgender guy. That's the theory. Well, the Citizens for Responsibility Ethics in Washington actually got the guest list Obama had, and 5 times James Alefantis went into the White House with a camera crew, and this guy, Chris Crocker, who played that Britney YouTube star who's, complaining about Britney and all that. Well, he's whatever he is. I don't care if he's, this, that, or the other thing, but he was one of the 2 guys, and now that's his look now. That's his male look. But he was basically one of the 2 people, James Alefantis and him, and the camera crew that went in 5 times into the White House. No one knows what they did. Why he and Chris Crocker were in there, who knows? Look it up. I don't mind if Andy Martin started the birther thing. I'm the birther candidate. Yeah. Yeah, I never started the birther thing. I was the first birther candidate. Look it up. Yeah. Thank you. Trump was used to praise in his inner circle when he was a private citizen. He started believing he was a private. I doubted he expected the media to treat him like every other previous president. Yeah, good point. Yeah, let's feel bad for Trump, okay? And let's just kind of look at the whole thing holistically. Do you mind if we could hold hands and sing a song? You don't mind if I sing Kumbaya, if that's okay? Yeah, he ran for office. I'm the first presidential candidate, okay? Thank you. Whatever. I don't really care. The birthers concept was dropped by Donald Trump. Am I right? Thank you. Let's sing Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. No, this is not Trump talk. We're talking about UFO sightings. Anything that comes to mind. We're talking about the move by the far left to push this ClimateGate BS, the cap and trade legislation, carbon point legislation. Well, Trump is not used to firing the entire public. So when the public is reaching out like we are every night, talking about him in a negative way, he can't go, "You're fired," like he has with his entire cabinet. No, I don't have a helium voice right now. No, it's too high.
I prefer deeper voices. Yes.
Yeah, so look at this technique the Nazis used. The left is using the same thing the Nazis used, the National Socialists used back in the day. Yeah, there you go. That's funny. It just keeps getting better and better. The memes keep popping. This is a good time to be American. That right, Hillary? She's thinking of running again, Get that Parkinson medication going. Oh, yeah. I hope you won't be coughing up any loogies next time. Here's the black art of emotional mind control, folks. Check this out. Wow. Our followers are really gullible. I know. It looks really appropriate too. They've got all their stool pigeons out there. David Hogg, and now he's a Harvard student with the lowest SAT average of any white person to ever enter the school, or practically one of the lowest. And then Greta, whose life has been hijacked by her acting family, whatever. Yeah, I'm not here to condemn her or him. I just want them to stop acting like shills for the government's agenda of gun control. Yeah, David Hogg's dad is, I think, FBI, actually. Uh-oh, Mr. Bill. Yeah, David Hogg's dad is FBI, and Nicholas Cruz's father is a top defense guy. That's kind of weird. The guy that was a alleged perpetrator in the Parkland shooting, his father or guardian is a top defense guy. It's not real. They're doing it right in front of our faces. Thanks for that meme. That's good. Yeah, Hogg's dad was FBI. We got corroboration from Guest 367. Anyway, I don't care who came up with the birther concept, nor do I care that I had an incredible conversation with Doug Vogt, the expert on paper documents, in my 2010 radio show, which is still in my archives at the old site. I talked to Doug Vogt about his expert opinion was that the long-form birth certificate was a complete and utter forgery. And my discussion with him was cutting edge. I don't deny that. Yeah, we were right there. We could have carried the torch. And then Joe Arpaio, he's been sidelined by Trump. He's stuck in God knows where. Nobody even knows where Joe's at right now. Joe Arpaio got removed. Remember, he had solid proof that Barack Obama forged his birth certificate? And now it's a conspiracy theory? I mean, come on. Gee. Yeah. Right. So it does look like the official line of Biden, which first appeared in the news about almost 4 years ago, was written by this person who wrote about the Bidens and Ukraine years ago, and then the right-wing spin machine turned the story upside down. And there were reasons why this particular author expressed his concern that this story morphed into a variety of different facts that just undermine the reality that Trump is pitching, that somehow Biden was strictly doing what he had to do to help his son Hunter. It's true that his son had been discharged from the Navy Reserve after testing positive for cocaine use. He then got his son a job, it's true, at Ukraine, making $50,000 a month, which is huge, without any experience, which is very suspicious. And I too agree, that's obviously a problem. He says when it first was published in 2015, his story seemed to have little impact other than irritating Joe Biden and his staff, and it ran inside the print edition of the Times, not on the front page. I remember when the story went viral. But somebody obviously read his piece, as well as others like it, because questions about the Bidens in Ukraine suddenly came roaring back this year. Giuliani, Trump, and their lackeys began spreading the false accusation that Biden had traveled to Ukraine to blackmail the government and force officials to fire the country's chief prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, to derail an investigation into Burisma. Yeah, so he's essentially declaring that Biden was pursuing a corruption case separate against this prosecutor. And that's what Biden is defending as well. That's his point. And as much as it does look like pure nepotism from the standpoint of Biden getting his son the job, that much we can't disagree with. You've got to wonder, yeah, if Biden did that and Trump saw him doing that illegally, why would Trump do the same thing and hold $400 million in foreign aid to Ukraine in abeyance over getting dirt on Biden, which is equally wrong and punishable. It's a felony. So they definitely have we definitely have a case of Trump doing the same thing he's accusing Biden of doing, and trying to claim he didn't do anything wrong. Well, you can't just claim somebody else is doing that same thing and then do it again, and then claim it was something that was wrong. Well, why would he be doing that? And officials in Ukraine have confirmed that that is indeed what Trump was doing. Yeah. So Hunter Biden had dealings with some pretty dark characters, and Giuliani was spearheading the whole case. Ironically, Hunter Biden deals with China, and he actually was seen riding on a trip back then with Whitey Bulger's nephew and John Kerry's stepson. So this argument that there's a tremendous amount of nepotism going on is very real. Yeah, I call it the Nepotism Express, for a lack of a better word. But you got to realize that this is going on all the time in government, and that's not a prosecutable offense. There are no laws saying you can't get your son a really good job in Ukraine. I'm serious. So even if Biden was using his power for his son, there's no law against it unless he actually purposely targeted that prosecutor just to save his son's butt, financial butt, so to speak. Okay, now we have some very interesting information that just came to us from Misanthropy. It's a string of information he's been tracking of David Hogg's Reddit piece. And remember David Hogg, the big supporter of gun control in the Parkland Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting? Yeah, it's pretty obvious that David Hogg has an agenda of his own, along with many others. But here we have, what is your most vivid memory of 9/11? Let's see. And this is from his father, this thread. And you believe this is his son? Or this is his father speaking? This is the thread that he has, the proof that his father said he knew about 9/11 30 days in advance of it happening. 30 minutes before. Okay, this is Davis Green 3. This is apparently the identity that David Hogg was using. And Misanthropy's been checking into this pretty heavily and found that this was his identity. Let's just get it so you can see it here. Davis Green III. It was the one at the time, but my dad was an FBI agent training at Quantico, learning about future terrorist threats. Okay, let's get this fully in the screen here for you. He says it was one at the time that my dad was an FBI agent training at Quantico, learning about future terrorist threats, and his instructor said within the next 10 years there will be a major terrorist attack in the United States. Lo and behold, he said that about 30 minutes before 9/11. Wow. So that would imply that David Hogg's dad, who's an FBI agent, had foreknowledge of 9/11 possibly. Which, again, raises the question, was it an inside job? And I believe it very likely it was, and it definitely has been a cover-up since. So people who have connections to this big, huge, ridiculous, nonsensical world of people lying through their teeth just to, push gun control. You get the black art of emotional mind control with these two people that are being pushed in front of us, these leftists like Greta and David Hogg, who are basically followers of our followers are really gullible, basically, who believe that these people are really telling the truth, and somehow their stories are evocative, and these people are major characters in our media, and they get all the attention they don't deserve. Yet our show is completely censored, and we're trolled on a daily basis, and have been for 11 years. So it's ironic, the more people troll me, the more it's obvious that they're trying to control the show from telling the truth. American Airlines says it's investigating after a catering truck lost control on the tarmac at O'Hare. Okay, thanks. I'll process that news. Yeah, we got all kinds of things to talk about. It completely took over. Look at that. We appreciate the quick action of our team member who stopped the vehicle. The airline said in a statement, and no serious injuries were reported. Oh, good. American Airlines is investigating this catering truck. Was it overridden? Did somebody hack into it? We'll find out. I am not going to be able to cook a can of non-GMO corn this week. No. I have yet to decide what I'm going to make, but if I do make something, it might include corn and refried beans if you want. It does look like an AI terrorist attack at the airport. Good point, Misanthropy. It hit the plane, Dave? Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Let me take a look. Golly. Autobot. Yeah, they couldn't keep it from hitting the plane. It must have careened into it at one point. Thanks to our qualified technicians for stopping it. Oh, geez, he almost got hit. That was close.
Hit the airplane. Here it goes.
There he goes. Oh, good. It just dinged the airplane. Oh, good. It's good they interfered. That's good. Yeah, it's absurd. People are trying to attack us. They get paid to do that, by the way, in our chat room.
That's how you do it.
Good job. That's how to do it. Right on. Thank you for that link. Temporary as it may be. We had a really interesting picture of chemtrails coming to our show tonight. It's a live video that was made from somebody's house that was just strafed completely. Look at how many chemtrails are lining the skies. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Chemtrail City. This is like a complete tic-tac-toe game of chemicals lining the skies above houses in America. Okay, and this other link that says that Misanthropy has sent has him admitting this is his actual name, David Hogg's name, on Reddit. Okay, we'll stop that for now. Thank you. That link came in earlier in the show. It's very evocative of chemicals being dumped on us. Here's the other Reddit that confirms that this is in fact David Hogg's identity. David Hogg, me. Davis Green. Right there. Right there for all of us to see. So he had a conversation with one of the posters who said, who are you, basically? And he says, David Hogg, me. You should bold this comment, make it bigger font to make sure everyone knows it's your video. LOL, it's still probably get freebooted for a couple million views on Facebook. And then he basically bolds it, or someone does, Android does. And then David Hogg should maybe also post it to a couple different subreddits while David Hogg is at it. May help David Hogg. Yeah, is there a response from him? No. Okay, and then somebody called themselves, I'm David's mom. And somebody says he's his sister. Well, that's as close to an admission you're going to get. Yeah, good point. Thanks for your input. He's at 100% an FBI plant. No question about it. Yeah. These people apparently get money to attack our show, so I didn't want them to go poor. Their families are collecting income from illicit activities on our show. I do not support that. I'm kidding. I just couldn't check fast enough to get you knocked off. But yeah, it's pathetic you people are doing this for money. Video of an AI attack. Important news link. Okay. Just keeps coming. Whoa! Whoa! I remember when this happened. Terrible. Wow. Everybody's dropping off. Wow. That's dangerous. Yeah. Whoa. Man. Yeah. Wow. Somebody's hurt down there, that's for sure. This is an old video that went viral before everyone knew what going viral was. Yeah. I don't think AI is making up any of this news. I think computers are generating news, though. I don't disagree with that. But if indeed they're running some algorithm that handles all the news as some propaganda feed, that's a pretty calculating AI system, which would have superior capabilities. It's more likely being twisted and turned in a certain direction. I hope they got refunds, yeah. Skiing is really a very dangerous sport. You know, if you get hurt nowadays, if you go skiing and you break your leg, you're looking at up to $30,000 or $40,000 to repair a compound fracture. I mean, it'll destroy you financially. Seriously. So it's not worth skiing or water skiing or anything involving, even bicycle riding can be very dangerous and you can get really hurt. So I don't know. I mean, as much as you might want to go out and race, you know, on a public street and your bike, I don't think it's going to be safe. You're better off walking in a big, long, you know, walkway that's protected. Yeah, away from cars. Greta looks like she has nanobots crawling inside her head. Well, we had quite a bit of that tonight. It was kind of a Greta retro evening. Truly. We did cover a live pursuit on LA news feed of a live broadcast, which is now over. Some guy running on the freeways of the LA. That was tonight. And this story still dogs me. China is accused of harvesting tens of thousands of organs to serve a thriving global market. And I'm suggesting openly that I think Trump should attach human rights guarantees by China. If he is going to open trade talks, he might as well add that to the list, because there's no reason to not talk about human rights at this point. And I also mentioned the dangers of fentanyl production out of Shanghai, which recently 52,000 pounds of fentanyl, illegally bootlegged fentanyl, arrived, and the Navy down in Mexico intercepted it off of one of the Maersk lines. That's serious. That's a chemical weapon that could be used against a large population. So we need to get that China on board, stopping the Shanghai production of bootleg fentanyl. And this is a video about flat Earth and bad news for flat earthers. Okay. That's already in the lineup. Yeah, we played that earlier. I'll put it in Flat Earth too. Okay. Thanks. This was something that popped in last week, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention that this meeting between Donald Trump and Greta was not supposed to happen. I mean, he was never going to go to the climate summit, but for some reason he and Pence carted their body down to the climate summit to make a cameo, and somebody took this exact picture, which is exactly like the Simpsons cartoon had prophesized years earlier. And it draws the connection, one of two things. Is Matt Groening psychic? Or are the elitists foreshadowing what they're planning and how they're going to implement it into play and exactly what they do? Everything is controlled. And I don't think anything evokes that belief than this more clearly. It's amazing. So, and we know Matt Groening hung around Jeffrey Epstein. We heard about that testimony of Virginia Giuffre claimed that she had to rub his feet and they had a fungus, a yellow fungus that made her want to vomit. Really? Your assistant pastor died from bike riding with his helmet, just going down the street, a gear slipped? There you have it. Testimony. True Blue said his assistant pastor died. And biking can be very dangerous. So unless you're planning on a $40,000 or $50,000 emergency ward and hospitalization fee, I wouldn't do it. He died from a brain hemorrhage? Wow, that's serious. Yeah, and I've heard of people who just, I heard of a top attorney in Seattle who was just riding his bike for a stroll down in Seattle, and he ran into one of these grids that they put up when they put construction up on like bridges. He ran into a grid, and his tire literally went right into the grid hole. And his bike went head over heels. He had a complete quadriplegic paralysis as a result of falling. And his entire career was wiped out. He'd been a high-priced attorney in Seattle, making a lot of money, and it was all over at that point. It was just collecting your insurance and being in a wheelchair. Not even a wheelchair. He had to be in a quadriplegic state the rest of his life. He did sue the city, and I think he collected, but I mean, really. Yeah, Groening wasn't that psychic. We know that his connection, Matt Groening's connection to Jeffrey Epstein, is now established. So, and we know that Jeffrey Epstein is still pretty much in play, being used. He didn't die. Anybody who claims he died, even the coroner in New York, really should be charged with a felony. You're right. Matt has enough money to go to one of those foot massage places in a local mall. For $50 and a half an hour, your feet will look pristine, Hey, it's October for a lot of you. Welcome to the next month. Good luck. Well, thanks for that link. Those links on David Hogg. It's pretty interesting. To summate and close down the show for tonight, thank you for watching. I want to remind everybody this tactic that the alt-left has been going on for a long time. Mao Zedong used girls with braids, and Stalin used girls with braids. Heinrich Himmler used girls with braids. The Nazis used them to propose their propaganda. And now Barack Obama has met with Greta, and she's still being used as part of their tool. All right. So we are down to the last minute, and I will sign off. Thank you for watching the combined video. I'll be making a combined video later tonight of this sequence, and then uploading it to YouTube at 2 o'clock. That's what we do every night. If you want to catch the show again, it'll be usually after 2 o'clock. And we do post it at the top of our Cool Rock site, coolrock.com. My Cool Rock site is available to you. At the top left is our YouTube channel, in case you're wondering. All right. Tomorrow is Truth Tuesday, and we'll be looking at the 9/11 event and looking at all the options of looking into more investigations into the 9/11 attack, as well as other areas of truth. Getting to the bottom of what's really happening in the world is really essential And I don't think we're going to be able to do that any other way but prying it open detail by detail, because the devil is in the details. And we look at the details here. Take care, everyone. Have a good evening. Okay, and we'll talk about stories that I didn't get a chance to cover on technology coming up on Technology Thursday. Okay, thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.